Seconds. Thank you all for being here. I want to let you know if you do intend to speak tonight, we ask that you please fill out a public comment card. Those are provided in the foyer, and please provide it here to our deputy, and we'll make sure you're heard. Thank you again.
Ready? Yeah.
Good.
Just like that. It's window tent to the place.
Yes. I lost my agenda. Okay, this. All right. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:01 p.m., July 21st, 2026. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting at City Hall Council Chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Shoryak, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you all for being here with us today, and city staff and everyone from our community. We appreciate you taking the time to be here for our regular council meeting. Council, this time we are on item number 4, which is to approve the agenda as written or with amendments. I think there are some changes we want to make here.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the employee handbook to the consent agenda.
Okay.
That's item 9.5.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to take item 9.6 off the agenda, move it until a later date, probably October.
Okay. Yeah, and if this is actually good, if we just want to address, if there's more, we can do it, I think, all in one motion. So we've got what was the number, Mayor Pro Tem?
9.5.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem would like to move item 9.5 under consent agenda, and just below it, Councilmember Willis had mentioned postponing, I guess, item 9.6, which is side by side, and city manager was, I think you and I, was there moving one up?
It had to do with,
0.1?
yeah, dealing with the policy, city code on code number 210, speaking about that in advance of the millage discussion. So if you want to replace 9.5 or 9.6 with that item.
I think we'll keep the number the same. That might
Yep.
be confusing, but we move it just below 9.4, right? So it'd be technically 9.5, but 10.1 to the 9.5 spot. Okay, any other changes? If any council member would like to courageously make that motion, we could do it.
I'll make the motion to change 9.5 to the consent agenda, to hear 10.1 in its place, and to move 9.6 city manager performance metrics out to the October meeting.
A second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis on those changes. Any further discussion? City Clerk, does that motion clear?
Yes, thank you.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
Or
Councilmember King. Or Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councillor Shoryak
4.
and Councillor Willis.
4.
Excellent. Let the record show the motion to approve the agenda as amended passes 5-0, which now brings us to presentations and interviews, section number 5. The first one that we have is number 5.1, the 250th anniversary of American Independence Celebration Recognition. We want to take this time to thank all the citizens and the volunteers, city council members, sponsors, and city staff for your incredible dedication and cross-functional teamwork in making the City of Cape Canaveral's 250th American Independence Celebration an absolute success. From planning across 3 insightful council workshops to executing a truly patriotic event, your collaborative spirit brought our community together in a profoundly meaningful way. We are deeply grateful for your hard work, shared vision, and unwavering commitment to honoring our nation's historic milestone. The Cape Canaveral City Council would like to recognize and appreciate the following who made the 250th anniversary of American Independence Celebration. It was held at Manatee Sanctuary Park on Sunday, July 5th, 2026, and it was a success. Council members, starting with Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, Council Member Willis, Council Member Shoryak, and Council Member King. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be a part of the event, but I was able to participate in the planning. A lot of work went into it. Thank you all very much, City Council. Appreciate you. And of course, our city staff as well. But the sponsors, nice list here of charitable, generous sponsors, starting with George Bell, the bagpiper. Thank you, George. Brevard chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution. Canaveral Meats and Deli. Coldwell Banker Coast Realty. Robert Bob Petty. DGX Direct Graphics. Don Sumer. Ellie Mae's Tiki Bar. Fish Lips Waterfront Bar and Grill. Moon Hut Restaurant. Rising Tide Tap and Table Restaurant. Cisco Wholesale Restaurant Food Distributor, Ryan Schumann. Twisty Treat, the Veterans of Foreign Wars VFW Post 10131, Waste Pro USA Incorporated, and Zarella's Italian and Wood-Fired Pizza. Want to also recognize the volunteers, over a dozen citizen volunteers and advisory board members, starting with city staff, Rich Davis, Laura Gandy, John Mayberry, Brandon McKay, Michael Schaefer, Molly Thomas, Lisa Wilson. Thank you all. And additional support was from Brevard County Sheriff's Office, Canaveral Fire Rescue, the City of Cape Canaveral Clerk's Office, the City of Cape Canaveral Parks, Recreation, and Community Affairs, and the City of Cape Canaveral Public Works. And at this time, Mayor Pro Tem and any other council members, if you'd like to make any remarks being there and being a part of it, and I want to specifically thank our Mayor Pro Tem for filling in and representing our city very well. We appreciate your lead on that and the entire City Council. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, it was just a great day. I'm really appreciative that Councilmember King brought it to council. It was a great idea. And the feedback that I received from people that attended just really loved this event. It gave us an opportunity to celebrate our nation and our 250 years. And with all of it was a short time frame to turn around an event like that. Without all of the people that volunteered and all of the supporters that came together, that would not have happened. So just a great job and shows the heart of this community.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say a word
Councilmember King.
for our staff. We could not have done it without staff. Molly and her group, Parks and Recreation, the folks with Public Works, everybody who was involved, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but honestly, we did not have a lot of time to pull this together. And we would not have been able to pull it together without the help of everybody involved. And as a special surprise, later on in the day, our city manager and his wife came and enjoyed the festivities with us, which was a nice surprise because he had other arrangements prior to that. So all in all, it turned out to be a wonderful day. It was just, yeah, it was all that and a bag of chips. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Well, I wanted to give a special shout out to all of the citizens that joined us and volunteered for the day, especially my wife. Otherwise, I won't be able to go home tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoryak, you were a part of it. Thank you very much. Yes. And I did notice our city manager's name wasn't there. You were a critical part of those thank you supporting staff, so thank you very much, Keith. And happy birthday, America, 250 years. That was a big one, and happy we were able to pull it off. Thank you. Very nice. Okay. So at this time, we are at 5.2 on the agenda, which is an applicant interview for the Planning and Zoning Board. This is to interview recommended applicant, Mr. Lewis Brewer, for the appointment to the Planning and Zoning Board. Mr. Brewer, if you're here, we would ask that you please come forward to the podium. And take your time as you're coming up here. And when you're there, our city attorney is going to ask you a couple of questions. And we thank you for being here and willing to serve.
Good evening, Mr. Brewer.
Good evening.
So just a couple of quick questions. First, all the information in your application true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then please briefly explain to the City Council why you would like to serve on the Planning and Zoning Board.
Well, I lost my previous job as the chair of the appeals board when it was statutorily revoked. So I just wanted to keep serving in the community if I can, and I think I can make a contribution to the Planning and Zoning Board. I'm an attorney. I have experience as a administrative law judge at state level, and spent the last 15 years or so as an arbitrator, and that's what I still do today. So I think I'm used to hearing disputes and listening to facts and trying to sort out things and see what the law applies and help make a good decision.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Brewer. Council, no particular order?
Well, I'd say he's eminently not qualified. Thank you for volunteering to do this.
Certainly. I appreciate your willingness to serve in the past and to continue, and thank you very much.
Thank you for serving our city. We appreciate it.
Mr. Brewer, I see you were JAG Air Force,
True.
and I see that you were director of the West Virginia Ethics Commission. So I feel certain you'll have no problem with sunshine laws or
I hope not.
or anything that we may have come before you. And
when I was there for about 8 years, I wrote almost all the opinions that the state published on the sunshine law in West Virginia, which is very similar. The main difference is that in West Virginia it's by statute. Here it's constitutional in Florida, but the rules are very similar.
well, I think we have a great advantage having you on that board, and we appreciate you volunteering to do that. When you look at planning and zoning, legalities do arise. So I think you're going to be an asset for us, and thank you
Well, I hope so.
for
Yeah.
being willing to fill that role.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Brewer, I want to thank you. I remember we had the opportunity and your willingness to serve on P&Z. I heard some of those meetings, and your input it brought so much value to the city and perspective. But I would say, while planning and zoning and land use is debated, some of those culture and leisure service board meetings have some arguing in themselves as well. So thank you for your willingness to do it, and we look forward to working with you.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. We are now on to a proclamation declaring July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month. I've got a proclamation. I'm going to come down front here, and I think we've got some of our team and director here from the Parks Department. And council, when we're done with this, if you'd like to come down for a photo, please do. Thank you. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas the City of Cape Canaveral recognizes that Parks and Recreation Services support an integral part of the social environment and economic health of our community and communities worldwide. And whereas the City of Cape Canaveral exemplifies its commitment to providing parks and recreation services through the conservation and maintenance of 27 acres of green space, which includes 10 parks, 4 playgrounds, 2 youth sports fields, numerous athletic courts, and 3 brick and mortar facilities that provide quality of life programs and amenities for all ages. And whereas Parks and Recreation Services promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas the city's Parks and Recreation Services increases the community's economic prosperity through crime reduction, increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, along with the attraction and retention of businesses. And whereas the city's parks and recreation facilities provide essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our community more resilient in the face of natural disasters. And whereas the city's parks and natural recreation spaces ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, now therefore I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Cape Canaveral, hereby recognizing the immense value of Parks and Recreation Services to our beautiful beachside community, signed and sealed this 21st day of July 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you, City Manager. It's very difficult to get my entire team in the same room at the same time without leaving something unattended. So I am very grateful for the ones that were able to come here. And a special shout out to Ian, who is our maintenance superintendent, because his day starts at 6 a.m. and he does not get air conditioning aside from when he is in his truck traveling between facilities. So the fact that he came back today, thank you very much. I appreciate it. What we do improves quality of life for the folks in Cape Canaveral, and as all of you know, as residents here, people don't really like to cross bridges. So when it comes to having things to do and places to go and things to make their lives better, whether it's the arts, whether it's walking their dog, whether it's having an event, whether it's, you name it, Zumba to yoga to restorative meditation, we do everything that we can to provide quality of life services for our community, and we appreciate this recognition. It means a lot to our department. So thank you very much.
We are lucky to have each and every one of you. Thank you again and everything you do for us. Okay, so now we are moving on to public participation. I do have some cards up here. Now, some of these might be designated or related to a specific budget item, and so if it does mark the number, I'm going to push it to the side. However, if it was your intention to speak up front, you're more than welcome to come. We can pull that, and so if you don't hear your name called and you want to speak up front, please just proceed. And if it does not have a number checked, I'll assume you'd like to speak at the beginning of the meeting. And I should just say that Mr. Brad Purvell, I see you've got item number 9. Angela Raymond, I see you got budget written. Let me just go through them. Mr. Bob Bogger, no items are checked, but the West Control Stormwater, I think we have an agenda item coming up on that one. Therese Smick, Nancy Hansen Rec Center, item number 7. Short-term rental minimum time, no item. I'm going to assume that's up front. Mark Whitehouse, Nancy Hansen Rec Center, item 7 as well. Brian Stevens, item number 1. And also Ms. Dawn Mays, item number 1. And J.P. McKibben, item number 1. And Eric Rowan, item number 1. First, really everyone's kind of designated for something, maybe with an exception of Mr. Timothy Scully. Tim, are you here with us today?
Yes,
if you'd
sir.
like to come forward, please.
Sure. Oh, boy, I'm getting nervous. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you coming and allowing me to speak. My family and I moved down about 8 months, a year ago from New York. We got a property around the corner, Pierce Avenue, 323, 325, and we are getting into the short-term rental. We're going to try that. And we notice, as you know, that there is a minimum rental time of, I think it's 1 week, 7 days. And I noticed right around the corner, 3 or 4 blocks south, you get into Cocoa Beach, and I think they can rent out minimum for 1 or 2 days, something like that. So it's kind of makes it a little hard, and was just wanted to view my I guess concern and let you know if it'd be great. The city could make more finances if we lowered it a little bit from 7 days to whatever you agree to. I think we all would make a little more money. Knock on wood. That's really about it. I didn't prepare for this, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of winging it, so.
Thank you.
Yes.
We understand. We'll take your comments under consideration, and I would encourage you to feel free to reach out to our city staff, and thank you for coming before this council. That
Yes,
is
sir.
a code we're very well aware of, and we appreciate you taking the time to share with us.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak.
Please come forward, Mr. Pavel. Absolutely. Thank you for doing that. And I know that some folks, time constraint, and if you'd like to speak sooner about an item later in the agenda, totally appropriate.
My name is Brad Purvell. I'm a resident in the city of Cape Canaveral in the blighted neighborhood. As you know, I'm the current chairman of the Cultural and Leisure Volunteer Board, but I'm here speaking out as a citizen. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for all those kind words you said about what Park and Rec does for the citizens of our community, for the mental well-being for our citizens. It's extremely important, but I'm here to talk about, and I apologize for not making the workshop, but I'm here to talk about that. Mr. Thornberry, you walked into a hornet's nest, sir. Good luck. To our elected officials, I'd like to know how in 2 years did you not know we were below the 16.7% reserve? So you were not notified by someone that we were below, but the city is a business. Doesn't anyone from our elected officials check where our finances are, at least on a monthly basis with our finance team? Shame on you guys for not following the money, and it took 2 years to find it, or lack of it. I hear that you're proposing a possible millage rate of 7.1%. That's almost double, if not more, than our current millage rate. And possibly we're changing city code or going against city code. That's what I heard at the end part of the meeting this afternoon. Due to this lack of paying attention to financial details, remember, the citizens trusted our elected officials when last year in February, I believe the current CFO at the time said, you drop the millage rate, you're going down a slippery slope, and I believe our city attorney agreed. But I believe, Mr. Mayor, you made, this is paraphrasing, I'll take that chance. Well, the chances happened, we rolled the dice, and it looks like we've lost. Now here we are, the ramifications possibly are the C5 building will be closing at 3 p.m. There will be no Easter egg hunt for our kids. That's one of the cuts that are out there. No repairs to our Little League field, which supports our kids. Possibly no reindeer run. Don't know about any parades, okay? But that's all a part of the cuts, I believe, that were proposed to the city council and city manager. This administration, please, this administration is forcing families out of Cape Canaveral. This is not what we want. I presented to the city in February a proposed plan for $8.50 a month for every address that would self-fund Park and Rec. Park and Rec cost is $450,000 before labor, and we would have generated $750,000 on that.
Thank you, Mr. Purvell.
Thank you. But you all looked at me like deer in headlights, and you waste time at meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Purvell.
You waste time at meetings.
Thank you.
Talking 40 minutes about how to serve
Okay.
hamburgers.
We're going to go on to the next speaker. You've made that clear. You can, yes, come forward, please.
Angela Raymond, and I'm a resident. I live at Solana on the River. I'm going to start a little bit differently than Mr. Purvell, but along the same lines. Demographics. Why do people, especially retirees, move to Cape Canaveral? Many of us have finances so that we can move anywhere in the world, but we chose Cape Canaveral. Why? Close to the international airport, some of us like to travel. Beautiful beach, small community, great recreational and leisure activities, especially tennis and bike riding. Totally solvent city, good property values, religious options. In my case, our Savior's Catholic community. I'm very involved. Now, what I want to say, over 60 years, the city of Cape Canaveral had an excellent audit report. I read the audit report. We had plenty of money in reserves, over 20% when I left office. I was the mayor pro tem and on city council for 6 years with our mayor. John DeLeo, our finance director, who was fired, worked for the Army for over 20 years. He worked in finances. He worked with budgets. He told the city council last year that a higher millage rate was necessary to cover expenses and to fund our reserves. Did you listen? We have a reserve commitment. Our city council chose not to listen. Consequently, now you're grasping at straws for money. Paid parking, residents overwhelmingly said in the past they don't want it, and they don't want it now. People who live west of A1A often take the car. I ride my bike because usually there's not a parking space for me. But I have connections, so I'm okay. But a lot of people aren't. Recreational fee hike, excuse me, a lot of us retired, we have fixed budgets. That's why we came here, the recreational facilities. We have an educated group here in Cape Canaveral. We have a vision for the future. We like the idea of moving forward. I said that often. We want to move forward. Budgets were always presented to the public with full transparency within the laws that govern our city and state. Please, please, I beg of you, calculate a reasonable budget that is achievable and then take responsibility for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the remaining cards have numbered items. Again, if anyone would like to speak now, I did my best to state everyone's name. We got it up here. Or if you did not hear your name, that means I've misplaced it or just haven't turned it in. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time, other than those we'll absolutely hear soon? Yes, please come forward. And have you filled out a card, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
Mark Whitehouse.
Thank you very much. I got you right here, Mr. Whitehouse.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think what the two previous speakers said actually was spot on what I had to say. One, I moved here 4 years ago in my camper and came through Cape Canaveral and didn't know anyone, but one of my first interactions was at Nancy Hansen, and the group at Nancy Hansen, Marcy, all her staff was so welcoming that I formed a community and felt at home here at Cape Canaveral, and since have made it my home. And I want to say it's a wonderful place, and but at Nancy Hansen specifically, and doubling the rates as being proposed is, I don't think the answer to solve the problem. I think there's other ways that you can do. Unfortunately, I don't know what the answers are, but I know that doubling the rates is only going to aggravate the seniors and the locals that are paying that. We have a text thread that meets, we're going to play at Nancy Hansen at a certain time. There's already people saying, well, we're not going to play there, we're not going to pay that. Even though, it's not the money, it becomes as just a doubling of a fee for a service it's just not setting well with the community. I think there's other ways that you can raise that money. So, but thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Mark, just to clarify, are you doubling which fee?
The monthly rate for
Okay.
Nancy Hansen.
Thank you very much.
I know it now. It includes Nancy Hansen facility and C5. But there's a lot of us that have moved to Florida because I love the outdoors. And I see it in the wintertime, the snowbirds, they're not coming to Florida to go inside, the majority of them. They're coming to stay. You know, they come to because we love the weather, we love the people, the community, you know, surrounding that. And they're not going to use that facility. So I don't feel like it's right for us to pay for that service. But
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. We'll get to you next, Bob. Yes, please take your time, come forward, and did you fill out a card?
Yes,
Your name?
Mr. Mayor, I did.
Thank you.
My name is Therese Smith, and I just want to say I was born and raised in Rockledge, lived here all my life, except I moved to raise my kids in California. My dream, I was born in Rockledge, lived in Cocoa, then lived on Merritt Island, grew up mostly on Merritt Island since I was 10. And then my dream was to always move to the city of Cape Canaveral. That was where I wanted to be. And since I've been here, I played tennis at night because I worked at my dad's law office during the day and with the group. And the Nancy Hansen wasn't very big back in 2010 when I moved back from California. And there was basically tennis, which I played, and some, you know, but since then it has grown tremendously. And all the seniors here vastly appreciate everything that they've done at Nancy Hansen, everything that the city has done to resurface our courts, for the tennis, for the pickleball, to have all these classes for exercise that we need for seniors. And I just wanted to shout out to the Parks and Recs crew because they've been fantastic and they do their job well and they're hard workers, and all of us seniors really appreciate them. And we meet so many people playing at Nancy Hansen because of the cruise ships. People come down here for a week, too, and I'm not just saying this, but they say this is the best run facility from New York to Delaware to New Jersey to Maine because all the people are welcoming, the players and all the staff. So I just wanted to shout out to City of Cape Canaveral for that.
Very nice. Thank you. Mr. Bogger, I saw your hand raised. If you'd like to speak, please come forward.
Bob Bacher. I'd like to speak on West Central Stormwater System. At the end, where outfalls into the river, we're still blocked. 70% is my guess. I have paid for 2 studies. One study before the city took action, and I had it surveyed at my expense, and then I had another study performed after you guys spent money. First of all, thank you for spending some of the money. I think you're up to $35,000 trying to fix it, but the reality is it's still blocked. If you stand in front of the stormwater pipe, as I did, and I sent the pictures along with the study, it comes up to my waist, 41 inches. If you stand at the edge of where the outfall is at the river, I'm in 8 inches of water. The pipe is 54 inches. Only 4 inches of free flow is coming out. If you take that information and punch it into AI is very good at doing math, and say you have a 54-inch pipe and you plow a stand 50 inches up, it will tell you you're blocked 70% flow for stormwater. That's where we're at. October 25, we had a rainstorm, not a hurricane. I came within an inch of losing 100 rooms. It was not an event. During a hurricane, I bring in pumps and pump the water out. So this has happened because of neglect on maintenance over 39 years. I have 3 choices. Work with you. I have been trying to do that. I had a meeting on Friday. I offered to loan the city the money to fix it, but it has to really fix it. We've been at odds because I said you did not need permits. The city's position, they need permits. Tonight when I walked in here, they told me we did not need permits. Bottom line is, if I lose 100 rooms, I will lose $6 million and $10 million worth of revenue, flat out. My insurance will cover the $6 million. Insurance company will look for who's responsible. State law requires the city to maintain the stormwater system. My offer is, if you're short of money, I'll loan you the money, but I cannot sit here and take no action. It's been 9 months. So I don't know what to do. The city is harder to communicate in the 30 years I've been doing business here than it's ever been. Okay, so I would like to open up a line of communication. I'd like to get this problem fixed, but it got to be a rational and reasonable way to do it. And that is, the state law requires us to maintain the stormwater. I'm not asking you to do, I'm just saying restore it to the 1989 design. The city has a copy of the plan, and just restore it to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else like to speak? I got 4 more cards remaining. Those are for the later agenda items. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation. Thank you again for taking the time to be a part of public participation, which now brings us to item number 7, titled Managers Matters. Our city manager, Mr. Keith Touchberry, is with us. Thank you, Keith. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. First item is facilities update, Nancy Hansen Rec Center. Bids are out and they're due Thursday, the 23rd. So we hope to open those up and get that project going once we do that. Mandatory sanctuary park lighting. Actually, that lighting, it has been installed and we're good to go on that project. It's complete. The Villas of Fillmore, we are ready to proceed with our instrument for the expanded drainage easement document that residents have to sign. The plan was finalized by our engineer and the legal descriptions have been prepared, and the instrument is also ready to go. So we plan to present that instrument to the residents tomorrow, and that will start the 2-week time limit on acquiring all of their signatures. So, and the Fillmore Avenue Streetscape project, we had a meeting with all the residents on Fillmore to have a pre-construction meeting with Massey and with our staff, and it was very well attended and it was very well received by the residents. I think it was a great opportunity for the residents to meet with the contractor and go over all their specific issues. Every property owner is different. And, you know, if you have a mailbox that might be adjusted or a fence or what's going to happen with this Type-C inlet over here or what have you. So it was a great conversation, and I know the residents on Fillmore Avenue truly appreciate it. So I want to commend Tim Carlisle and his staff for hosting that event and making it happen for us. Thank you, Tim. The city personnel update, we did have a round of promotions and consolidation of positions. We promoted June Clark, who is our Public Works Services Director. She still retains that title, but she is now our Deputy City Manager. Joey Blacker has been advanced from Interim Finance Director to Finance Director. And we vacated the Deputy Director's position, and we also offered a position to an accountant, and they should be starting soon once they pass all of their background checks. And we promoted Zach Eicholtz to Community and Economic Development, and we vacated his position as the Resiliency Division Supervisor. We still have one vacant clerk's position that we're remaining vacant and looking to eliminate next fiscal year. And we have a full-time and a part-time position still vacant in Parka. All of those promotions, transfers, and vacating positions saved the city $126,000 in salary and benefits. And that's your vacant position update as well. And we do want to recognize, as you know, we've added employee recognition to this time slot because we think it's important to let the community know and the council know just how dedicated and hardworking our employees are. So Zach Eichholz put in a little commendation for Abigail Holmes, who works in resiliency. And Abby had the opportunity to represent the city during and help me out here, Zach, if I stumble. She is our resilience planning and servicing manager, and she participated in the first ever panel discussion at the 2026 Florida Floodplain Managers Association annual conference in Orlando. And she did an excellent job representing the city, and a fellow panelist highly commended her, informing us that Abby did a great job and represented the city positively. And so we just wanted to give Abby a big shout out. She's been making a difference in our resiliency division. Thank you, Zach, for putting in that letter. And we have a grants update also involving resiliency and Abby Holmes. We are looking at pursuing an FDEP coastal grant, Coastal Partnership Initiative. It's called the CPI, so it's FDEP CPI, if you want to commit that one to memory. And it's pertaining to restoring shorelines and wetlands and other measures that mitigate the effects of natural hazards. And this is going to be in partnership with a community partner. We are in conversations with one right now, and we hope to finalize, though, and perhaps if we can make this happen, we'll make the council aware of who we're working with. It is a local business, and about $60,000, I think, is the match that we're looking at. And the window doesn't open until September, I believe. Yep. And so we'll keep council apprised of that one. This is along the Banana River. We're always working to stabilize that shoreline. And final is the Auditor Selection Committee update. As you know, we formed an Auditor Selection Committee chaired by Councilmember Shoryak, and we did have one meeting where we had an agenda. We finalized how we operate and worked over the RFP, put that out. We had a lot of exchanges on information on the RFP, and so we have possibly 8 or 9 firms that have applied to be our auditor, if you will. And the bid opening is also July 23rd at 1:45 p.m. And the evaluation and shortlist meeting will occur a week later on July 30th. So, we hope to finalize this and have a new auditor in place. Our current auditor is certainly welcome to apply, and we'll see what the committee selects moving forward. And that is my manager's matters. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Excellent update. And Councilmember Shoryak, thank you for chairing that very important board, and look forward to that. Council, any questions on managers' matters?
No, but I just want to say congratulations to Abby. That's great to see that kind of recognition. So if she's not here, please share that with her. Okay, thanks.
Excellent. So now we are at item number 8, which is the consent agenda. We moved item 9.5, the employee handbook, into the consent agenda with 8.1 and 8.2. However, I'd like to propose that we adopt the consent agenda's items 8.2 and 9.5 and postpone on 8.1 of the minutes. Talking to the city clerk, I believe that's be helpful. So council, if we're okay with that, I would approve the consent agenda with a motion specifically for those items 8.2 and 9.5.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda 8.2 and 9.5.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King. Any further discussion? Being none, City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion passes 5-0 on the 2 consent agenda items, which now brings us to the item for action, item number 9, making sure if I'm moving around here, I'm not overlooking anything. This is a development agreement and a conceptual site plan application for 8810 Astronaut Boulevard. Petitioner McKibben Hotel Group. Property owner Sheldon Cove LLP. I think we got some city staff team members here and our city manager. I think we get an overview, council. If we have any technical questions, we can ask them. I do have some cards here. I believe some of the applicant and stakeholders involved with this item. And so after our city staff, I think, gives us an overview, we'll have an opportunity to hear from them and
thank you, Council.
talk. Yes, thank you. Just checking city manager. I believe we're
ready to go on our team.
Mr. Eicholtz is going to lead us off here. Thank
Yes,
you.
they are.
Zach?
Thank you.
Thank you. Joey, sorry I had to kick you out of your seat. I'll give it back. So, Council, this is a motion to consider the approval of a development agreement and conceptual site plan application in accordance with Section 001-222.2 of the City Code for a 150-plus room hotel at 8810 Astronaut Boulevard. So the site is 2.61 acres on Astronaut, as said, and is an existing parcel that has development on it in the form of a commercial building that is home to several tenants right now. The property is zoned commercial manufacturing and has, as I said, a commercial land use designation, and it's importantly located in the A1A Economic Opportunity Overlay District, or the EOOD. The applicant is McKibben Hotel Group, and they've submitted an application for development agreement and conceptual site plan for review. And important to note that while hotels are not generally permitted for use within the C2 zoning district, the EOOD allows for hotels as an added use within the C2 zoning district. I wanted to note or direct Council's attention that at the July 1st, 2026 Planning and Zoning Board meeting, this item was showcased to the board members and it was voted unanimously to be recommended for approval of the development agreement and conceptual site plan, or recommend rather that Council unanimously vote to approve it, with a condition added for pedestrian-oriented site orientation. You'll note in the agenda that the site plan shown to the Planning and Zoning Board is now different. The condition was the applicant shall reconfigure the site layout to eliminate all but one row of surface parking currently positioned between the front of the hotel building and the public right-of-way, establishing compliance with active streetscape and design criteria of City Code Section 001-669 for the EOOD. So the new site plan was submitted. The applicant wasn't able to get it to us in time for the agenda to be brought to you, but shortly after that, we were able to work with them, and our city engineer, Rich, I have to give a lot of kudos to him. He shepherded the applicant through, and the applicant came back with a new proposed concept plan that you can see where the building was reoriented 90 degrees instead of in the north-south configuration into the east-west configuration generally, where there is one row of parking now between the building and A1A. It meets the number of stories, the number of hotel rooms that are required, and the number of parking spaces that are required, while adding some more green space, which was nice to see. I can let Connor Ford, our senior planner, take over for some technical details now, and then we do have the applicant group here that they can, if you want, allow for more discussion, so they can tell you what they would like to do with this site.
Sure, yeah, just a few minor things to add. This is different because typically the Planning and Zoning Board would approve site plans or things of that nature, and it's important to delineate that while this is going through a conceptual site plan process, that it's different from the normal site plan procedure and that it's using Section 110.222.2. And under that route, City Council is able to consider a development agreement and conceptual site plan prior to a site plan approval. So, I could read that whole section of code. It's a rather short section of code, but what it says is that the review by council is to be based on a preliminary evaluation of the site plan review criteria to the extent feasible at the conceptual phase, and that it is not binding on the council's subsequent consideration, because when they come back to actually submit a site plan, you guys would see this again. So this is not the one and only time that council would look at this application, but what it's meant to do is come to terms on a development agreement and conceptual site plan. What that means is that you can still add conditions, work things through with the applicant, but it's not the only time that you'll be seeing the application. And yes, we do have folks from the applicant team, so I'm sure they're happy to talk to you about site design choices or anything of that nature.
I will point out that this is a project that would likely happen many years from now, as those tenants inside that building have leases that are yet to expire. Yeah, so if you would like to hear from the applicant group, they are here, where we can field more questions.
Thank you. We will absolutely, I think, hear from them. If that concludes the brief overview, we might come back. Just want to check with our city manager or city attorney. Is there anything, I think, that you want to go over beyond what we've learned from our director and senior planner? Just touching base with you.
The only thing I would just emphasize, and kind of touched upon it, Mayor and Council, is that this is following Section 110-222.2, which the City Council adopted to help streamline the review process for development projects. So under this section, as Connor indicated and Zach, this agenda item proposes a development agreement and conceptual plan for a proposed hotel. The agreement and the conceptual plan just lay out a blueprint, so to speak, regarding the proposed project. As Mr. Ford indicated, this is just a preliminary look for feasibility and possibility to get the hotel approved at the appropriate time within the certain time frames stated in the development agreement. The developer can submit the formal applications to go through the formal site plan review process and development permit process for final consideration of the project. So again, this is kind of laying out the blueprint for a possible proposed hotel in the future, contingent upon later the applicant coming in and submitting all the formal applications and go through a site plan process. There are any variance requests that may be necessary during the engineering process, those would be identified. In addition, concurrency review, right, which is an important review that would also have to occur at that time, and that's where the projects are evaluated for compliance with sewer levels of service, water level of service, transportation levels of service. All that would be done at a later date when the applicant formally submits.
And I think the only thing I might add to that is that at that same time that the attorney was talking about, they would also have to complete a thorough stormwater review.
Good point.
I will say too, in terms of the Planning and Zoning Board's condition from a staff perspective, we believe that condition has been fulfilled at this point in the reorientation of the building. So I did want to just give appreciation to the applicant for doing that in the time that they had to make this meeting. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Council, before we speak, I would disclose that I had the opportunity to meet with the property owner, Ms. Dawn Mays, who is, I think, going to speak tonight, and share that I received a basic overview. This was prior to the P&Z board meeting to learn about what was coming forward, and not knowing how P&Z would advise and weigh on it. Got an overview, and we've all received the packet. Nothing beyond, I think, what we've learned today, being quasi-judicial. And I think if any other council members had that opportunity or took that opportunity, I wanted to share that I did have knowledge that this would be coming before us. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I also got an update from Dawn Mays on what was possibly coming, and it was a very high-level layout of the proposed plan.
Thank you. If this time, council, any questions from what we've heard here from our staff? And
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember King.
I'd like to ask the applicants, what is the longest-term lease currently in existence that would prevent them from beginning the project anytime?
I think what we could do here is, if we want to go to the applicants, let's take that one first. But are there any questions for our city staff at this time, I think, before we shift over?
Well, I do have a question. Yes, I have a question related to that.
If you want to come back, or the order matters, we can go straight to give the applicants a chance to speak, and then...
Okay, let's do that first.
Oh, you got it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll let You decide the order. I have Mr. Eric Rowan, Mr. J.P. McKibben, Ms. Dawn Mays, and Ms. Brian Stevens. Please, as you see and desire to come in the order you'd like, please. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Brian Stevens. I'm with the Lowndes Law Firm, serving as legal counsel for the applicant, McKibben Hotel Group. Thanks so much to the staff for the great introduction. I know we have a long agenda tonight, so I'll be brief with respect to my comments. I really just want to emphasize who we are, why we're here, and what exactly we're asking for. McKibben is a long-standing hotel developer. I think everybody on council knows about the existence of the current hotel that they have within the city and the quality of the product that they build with respect to the Hilton Garden Inn right up here up the street. As staff indicated, we received an affirmative and unanimous approval at P&Z with respect to this proposed concept plan through this particular path. And what we're asking for from council tonight is similar approval with respect to this path with the development agreement and the concept plan attached. The reason that we are asking for this, and I just wanted to touch on this a little bit more deeply than staff did, and we have representatives from both the executive team, the current property owner, as well as the engineering to try to address some of the questions that have already been posed. But specifically, the reason that we're not already closed or in the process of closing on the property and submitting for a site plan is, as staff indicated, there are tenants in this property. And we have no desire to oust those tenants. We want them to be able to remain in the property for the remainder of their leasehold. So we had to choose a different path, and thankfully, through counsel with the city attorney and the staff, we came up with the utilization of what your ordinance already provides with respect to this development agreement and concept plan. So what we're asking for in the development agreement itself is actually quite narrow, in my opinion. First, it's confirmation that we're able to build a 6-story structure similar to the other hotels, and namely our hotel right up the street here. Second, we're looking for, and the reason that we have gone to such great lengths to produce and revise the concept plan is we're looking for confirmation as to footprint, envelope, setbacks, step-backs or lack thereof, as indicated on the concept plan. Third, and as we've already alluded to, the principal purpose of the development agreement is to allow us the time needed to permit the tenants to enjoy the remainder of their leasehold. Importantly, and I wanted to emphasize this, I know staff did as well already, this development agreement is references a conceptual plan only. It is not site plan approval. It is not technical review and approval, as Attorney Garganese already indicated. We will have to come back and go through the city's normal process in connection with the tenants vacating the property to secure the final approvals to actually develop what we propose to develop on this site, another beautiful hotel. So again, what we're asking for from the city, having received unanimous planning and zoning approval, is for City Council to vote to approve this proposed development agreement along with the concept plan as Director Eichholz has provided you tonight. And forgive us for not being able to get that to you sooner. It just is what it is sometimes.
Okay.
So thank you. Again, we have representatives from the executive team, the seller, and engineering to be able to answer technical questions. So I'll cede to them.
Okay, but before you do, sir,
Sure.
What is the longest-term lease currently in existence in that building?
So not representing the property owner, we have a representative from the property owner here. Would you mind if I just deferred to
Not
her
at all.
to answer
Please
that
do.
question?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mrs. Mays, or Ms.
Hi.
Mays, hi.
Good to see you. There are 2 tenants in the building. The larger tenant has 3 years on their current lease with an option for an additional 5 after that. So it's a potential of 8 years on that tenant. The second tenant, the smaller tenant, has their current lease runs till 2028, but that is only about 3,000 square feet within the building. But the main tenant in that building has potentially and most likely 8 years lease left to go
With your agreement?
with the current leases that are there.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, oh, sorry. Go
You
ahead.
got another question?
No, I didn't. No,
If
no.
we allowed them to, they filled out comment cards, let them
Yep,
finish, we can
that's
ask
fine.
them, I think, our questions.
Yep.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just wanted to introduce myself for those that don't know me. I'm JB McKibben with McKibben Hospitality. And McKibben, we're celebrating 100 years as a family-owned and operated business this year. But we develop, own, and operate hotels primarily in the Southeast. We're headquartered in Tampa, Florida, so just on the other coast. And as already been mentioned, we got the exciting opportunity a few years ago to enter lovely Cape Canaveral, which I've been chasing for a long time with our Hilton Garden Inn project up the street, which is closing in on 1 year of operations. Just a little bit, about the benefits of the project from a tax basis, and sounds like there could be some budget challenges with the city, but versus the vacant lot that occupied our Hilton Garden Inn site previously, 10x in terms of the value that's going to go to the city. That's not counting for the county and everybody else who gets their share. For this building, the proposed redevelopment, likely at least 5 times from the intensity increase in use for the taxable basis for that property. So adding to the city's coffers, hopefully helping pay for some of those resident amenities via the commercial property. Obviously jobs, we've added 50 to 60 full-time jobs with our hotel and restaurant with the first project. Similar estimates for the second one. Beyond that, we don't just develop boxes in different communities. We're stakeholders in our communities, and when we find a community we like, we want to invest more and more. We're a big donor for the aquarium that will be built with Brevard. Very excited about that project. We have an arts program for all of our hotels, so all the art that's been curated throughout the hotel, from the guest rooms to the public spaces, is all procured with local artists. Many of those are commissionable works, so if you haven't been there, please, stop by. You'll probably see some names that you might be familiar with from the community, but everyone, the idea is to try to keep as much money as possible in the community from GC, artists, etc. And then just additional community amenities. So with the Hilton Garden Inn, one opportunity I saw in the market was just a lack of good restaurant product in the market. And so we came up with an independent concept, and even though it's in the hotel, I do hope everyone here will come and patronize us. But we've got a scratch kitchen, great team, putting out great food, and trying to put an elevated experience and offering, not just for our hotel guests, but for others that are in the community. So happy to be here. I'm happy to be looking at a potential second investment, even though it's quite a ways down the road. But again, setting up roots in Cape Canaveral. Here to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKibben.
Hello.
Good evening.
Eric?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name's Eric Rowan. I am part of the McKibben Hotel Group team. I've been with the company 23 years. We've built new build hotels all over the Southeast, and before I answer any questions, I wanted to commend the city staff for working with us. We work with a lot of different city staff groups, and the experience we had here with a challenging, odd-shaped site where we didn't believe that we can get within compliance due to great communication, several meetings, they helped us through. You hate to admit you're wrong sometimes, but they helped us through to make our plan in compliance after the Planning Commission meeting. I apologize that we got it to you so late, but we really do appreciate the city staff that you have here, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to the design and the site plan layout.
Thank you, Mr. Rowan. Don, I know you came up, Ms. Mays, and you asked a question or answered a question. Obviously, if you'd like to.
Certainly. Good evening, everyone. thank you to the members who had the opportunity to meet with me. I know I sent emails to all the council members and offered to meet with them if they had questions prior to the council meeting to discuss this project and why our family chose to redevelop this piece of property in this way. As many of you know, our family has been in the community since the mid-90s, buying properties, and mostly in the commercial real estate space. We had the opportunity to work with the McKibben Group with the Hilton Garden Inn, found them to be an amazing organization, and when the opportunity came to sell them this site for redevelopment to become a hotel, we felt they would be the perfect partner in Cape Canaveral because of their commitment to the communities that they work in. Also, being a family-owned business, working with another family-owned business is something we really appreciated. We are excited about this project for the McKibben Group to develop it. This site needs redevelopment. For those of you who may or may not know, this was originally built as a Bible college in the 60s. We took the building down to the slab in the 90s and rebuilt it, but it's time for this building to become something else. This is a great use of the space, adds to the tax base for the city, and allows a needed use within the economic overlay district. And that's why we're part of this project going forward with them, and we are excited about this opportunity for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Yes.
You had the floor. You
All right.
actually.
Well, actually,
and we
I was.
appreciate all of you taking the time to be here.
Thank you, thank you. And we like doing business with family companies too, yes. But my question now is for our staff, talking about the traffic, the existing traffic on A1A, the transportation level of service, with the addition of that whole area being developed even further, and in this case, a 162-room hotel, that's going to add to the level of the traffic, the transportation right there. What is our staff doing to address that, to anticipate it, to ameliorate it? Because right now, we're despite what FDOT says, I think we're practically at max capacity at certain times of day and certain days of the week. So what can you tell us?
I would say that as it relates to this project specifically under the framework and code, there wouldn't be a requirement right now to do a detailed transportation study. Mm-hmm. As some sort of development agreement addition, you could always consider the possibility of, guaranteeing a compliant transportation impact analysis, but that would typically be required during the site planning process later on. I think that, multiple city departments are always monitoring our local roads, and like you alluded to, there's only so much that we can do with State Road A1A, but with our local roads, we do have a lot more control over those, and I think a lot of it would come down to access management, understanding the best way to have cars flow in and out. But transportation concurrency is something that is considered during a site plan, and if you cannot show that your project will not lead to adverse transportation impacts that trigger a certain level of service, then that means that you'd fail your concurrency, and that would be during the site plan process.
Thank you, Connor.
And just on that, so, as Connor indicated, just to add just a little bit, when the applicant comes forward with final site plan approval, they have to go through transportation concurrency review. And, there's a certain code provision, technical code provision that they have to measure the traffic concurrency. I just wanted to add an additional note is that they also have to pay transportation impact fees, right? And there's a possibility to mitigate transportation impacts through the use of those impact fees. We've done that before. Mr. Bogger's Hotel, we had transportation impact fees allocated by the county that were collected for his development projects to be used on transportation-related improvements that were related to that hotel area. So there are those opportunities to mitigate against transportation impacts later on in the process.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
So, City Attorney, Is that the 1,500 that they're looking at in their contract, paying annually towards road upkeep? Because to me, that is like an amount that you might as well give us nothing, because you can't fix anything on I can't fix a pothole for that.
I mean, there's a related issue, and it's unrelated to public roadways. Imperial Boulevard is a private roadway. So there's a private contractual arrangement with the property owners relative to the maintenance of Imperial Boulevard or Imperial Avenue.
So is that for this?
That's related to the adjacent Imperial Street, but it's a private transaction and maintenance of a private road, not a public road.
Okay.
Yeah, the 1,500 seems a little low, but that's the private transaction there that they need. Okay. Now, in the event that, when we get the final site plan review and there are, some conditions that need to be addressed during site plan review that may come up related to Imperial, who knows? At which point, there might need to be some improvements related to final site plan approval. I can't predict that, but sometimes that kind of stuff happens.
And Mr. Mayor, I had a question for one of you. I'm not sure who would want to answer this, but one of my concerns with the new layout, and thank you so much for making the alteration, because I saw the old site map and the way that you moved it to accommodate all of the code for the parking. But I do have concerns about the ingress and egress on Central, because we've got the apron coming in for, entry and exit that's on the east end of the property, and then an ingress and egress that's a little further west. Now, the thing that concerns me on that section is that we don't even have a right turn lane there. So adding 162 cars, if you were completely booked out, could really impact traffic during, high peak times, like when people are commuting to the Space Center and that kind of thing. So is there a possibility for that? And I know that you're not going to want to hear this, but I was wondering if that could be moved to Imperial so that the entry remains on that road, since that's where the entry for Hilton Garden Inn is located. And I think that would help with traffic in that area.
Well, I could at least start the conversation on it. The current existing condition has curb cuts maybe about 50 feet off of Astronaut Boulevard, and we had similar concerns, which is why we located the new curb cuts much further to the east to try to create some stacking area and also pull it in further into our site. So that was the purpose why we eliminated the existing curb cuts, because we had concerns about stacking and just its proximity to Astronaut Boulevard.
And thank you. I'm appreciative to hear that. This truly is just a two-lane small road. There's not 3 lanes at the light, one for left, one for straight, and one to turn right. When you look at adding all of that traffic in there, and it gets crazy, I've seen someone literally drive up the wrong side on the opposite side. So I've seen some crazy driving there at that intersection.
Wow.
So I just have concerns with adding a bunch of traffic in that spot. That's why I wanted to just mention that. That road has more traffic than most of our roads that go east, because it's the first one everyone comes to. It's the one that they turn left on and head down to Ridgewood. We have problems with speeding. We have people that walk on that road too. And I'm just letting you guys know that that's one thing that does concern me, is just how will it flow? Because that road, and Ms. Mays, that it was designed a long time ago, right? So
I just wanted to say, one, we have the existing office building that's there now, so it does generate a significant volume at peak times, and part of concurrency and traffic engineer will be looking at this, but The way we laid out the building, since we're oriented towards Central, we want our front door there, but we've got the access on both sides. I do think we'll see folks that naturally gravitate, if they're parked in the back, to go to Imperial. If they're parked towards Central, they'll probably take Central. A more timid driver or somebody who wants to take a left might gravitate to Central because you have a lighted interchange there, and that's a safer configuration than having to cross through the middle. But the main thing for us was trying to improve the configuration that exists today, which, in my opinion, there's a lot to be desired in terms of no traffic stacking and pretty dangerous configurations for the curb cuts. And so this was our approach to, again, keep our presentation for Central for our front door. So we're oriented in a proper direction, but we've still got traffic flows on both sides of the site, in and out, which should help alleviate some of that.
And so, council, I will just say, it's my opinion, if we're going to do it this way, city needs to redo that street because it needs to have additional lanes to keep the traffic flowing. That's my opinion, 1 of 5.
Just to echo what Mr. McKibben mentioned, having the exit over on Imperial as well will help diffuse, spread out the traffic coming through as well. But thank you for your comment. We will definitely, being this is a conceptual site plan, we'll definitely take it under consideration as we move towards a formal site plan approval process as well.
Councilmember Shorriak?
I have a question, I guess maybe for the city attorney. If we approve this conceptual plan and then just say 5 years from now, we agree we find out there's a problem with the traffic. It's going to generate too much traffic or not fit in. What's our recourse? Are we obligated to let this go up anyway? Can they come back and say, hey, well, 5 years ago you said it was all right, well, you have to let us build it no matter what it does to our traffic?
So the use is permitted under the code. It would be dealt with at the transportation concurrency evaluation process to the extent that there is a traffic situation that needs to be addressed. In some cases, there can be imposed conditions to address and mitigate traffic impacts. There are proportionate share mitigation agreements, without boring you with all the details, that may or may not be required under the city code. I mentioned transportation impact fees that will have to be paid, and they get paid to the county, but the city has the ability to work with the county to claw those transportation impact fees to be expended to deal with impacts caused by a specific project, which we have done in the past. So those issues are very legitimate. They will be reviewed ad nauseum at the site plan process, and then the impacts would have to be mitigated to the extent that the transportation information reveals, these impacts that have to be mitigated. Is that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we weren't obligated to do this no matter what it does to our traffic, I guess is our thing. So we can stop it if we determine that maybe the roads can't handle it or that kind of thing.
That is very unusual and rare. My point is that the impacts would have to be mitigated.
Okay.
That's how it typically works. Development has to, pay for itself when payment of impact fees, right, for growth-related issues. That money has to be used to address impacts, and there are other mechanisms to mitigate impacts. As I mentioned, proportionate share mitigation agreements that the code addresses. This is hypothetical in the event that a site plan could not meet a specific concurrency requirement like water, sewer, transportation, right? If you can't meet it, then the development permit cannot be issued until the impacts are addressed. And sometimes the impacts are addressed through agreements. Sometimes they have to be addressed before the permit can be issued. Depends. I mean, I'm just speaking very generally and very broadly.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for you, City Attorney. I know that we just had an impact, or that we have an impact fee study that we're going to be It's either completed or being worked on. So if we approve this conceptual site plan now, does that tie us into our current impact fees?
No.
Okay.
It's the impact fee at the time the final permit is issued. And also the impact fees, some of the impact fees are not, while they can be used to mitigate impacts within the city, they are imposed by other agencies, right? Like water impact fees imposed by the city of Cocoa, transportation impact fees on Brevard County. The city establishes its sewer impact fees for locally, but some of the impact fees are imposed by other jurisdictions, but are expended to mitigate impacts in our community.
So those happen at the time of the building permit processes?
They're required at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then I had a question for you all, just because I'm interested. If the tenant is there for potentially 8 more years, why is this something that you would plan for that far in advance? Because I'm not sure that Hilton Garden Inn, when you did it, was that far in advance. So I'm just curious on that one.
Yeah, I mean, mostly we want to be able to close on the property now. We want to know that we can have this future opportunity, and if we didn't think we had the future opportunity to be a hotel, then we wouldn't want to close on the property. So I agree with you. It is a lengthy time period and atypical even for us, but the development opportunities in Cape Canaveral are limited, and we're a patient family business.
Thank you. I was curious about that, and the reason being is that we have another property in the city that we did a quite lengthy process for them for development, but it was a phased project. So I just couldn't figure out why. But if it's tied into your purchasing the property, I understand that. That makes a little more sense to me, since this would really be a single phase project. So I was curious about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
City Attorney, I have a question for you, and maybe to the city manager as well. Don't we have an overlay, a zoning overlay in that area of the city?
Yes.
And if we do have that overlay, how long is that in place before it expires?
Okay. So there are, well, generally speaking, 2 overlays I'd like to just mention. One is the zoning overlay called the Economic Opportunity Overlay District. That is a code that was adopted by the City Council. It's a land development regulation, and it's in existence, and it's controlled by the City Council, right? Council modifies and can do whatever it wants to that code at appropriate times. The other overlay that's worth mentioning is that it's also within the community redevelopment area. So this property is in the CRA area. To the extent that this property were to develop into a hotel and commence paying ad valorem taxes while the CRA is still in existence, then the city would get the additional tax increment taxes, both from Brevard County and the city.
Does that have an expiration?
That has an expiration date of 2041, I think. I'm going off the top of my head. So if they're going to develop and provide tax increment financing for the CRA, they need to develop this sooner rather than later.
All right, thank you. One.
Oh, please.
Just one thing. The city's overlay, that can be removed anytime at the behest of the council?
Generally speaking, but before Senate Bill 180, I would say that's not an option at the moment.
And Senate Bill 180 expires when?
It's October 1, 2027, unless otherwise extended.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I got just some questions. First of all, thank you again for coming forward. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the timeline. I was trying to read through it. Is the effective date, I guess, when would, maybe I'm overlooking, can we talk through when the effective date theoretically would happen so that we could get just a basic idea of these? I see 10 years, site plan submission deadline. I see 2 years after section 8.1 through 8.4. Just a ballpark estimate of what that looks like. Timeline.
Sure, yeah. So, of course, your counsel for the city should weigh in as well to the extent that I'm overlooking anything. But our expectation with respect to the effective date is that it would take effect prior to us closing on the property so that the Sheldon Cove LLLP, the current owner of the site, would execute the agreement with the city, and then it would, as we say, run with the land for our benefit as it takes over. So as soon as the city could execute the agreement, it could start the timelines. And again, I'd be happy to converse back and forth with the city attorney about the same.
So just in talking in years, if that happened, say by the end of this year, 2026, am I reading correctly that there's 10 years that the developer would have to file applications for site plan approval? That's to submit the application, so 2036, I guess, easy math?
Correct.
Okay.
And again, those, to a question that was asked earlier about the timelines, that's based largely upon the tenant's existing leasehold and the potential for, if the council's not aware, a holdover event where the tenant does not vacate the property in a timely manner for whatever reason, good or bad that may be. So,
Is that the 8.5 about tolling and those sections?
Correct.
Okay. So in the event, 8 years, I think we said, if that happened, just say it takes a full 2 years or 10 years. What happens, I guess, on the 11th year if the tenants there's no issue there? Does this expire, this opportunity?
Well, I saw your city attorney chiming in there, but I think the answer to that is we have a timeline with respect to when we are supposed to submit for site plan approval, and then we have a timeline that we have to prosecute that site plan approval within. And again, I might be talking over your city attorney there.
So I see submission is the key word. 10 years.
Yeah, the file. Yeah, so the effective date is when both parties signed the agreement. The parties currently are the City of Cape Canaveral and then the current property owner, Ms. Mays' family's entity. Because there has not been a sale transaction completed between the McGibbon Group and Ms. Mays. So the way it would work, if council were to approve this agreement tonight, the agreement would be executed by the city, executed by Ms. Mays Corporation, and then recorded against the land. That triggers then the 10-year time period, which is the development schedule, which is laid out in the agreement. The owner would have 10 years to file the site plan and other final development permit applications with the city. If they do not complete the filing within the 10-year time period, either party may terminate the agreement by providing written notice, unless the parties can extend the site plan submission deadline. Once the site plan is filed with the city, then timely filed, then the developer will have 24 months in which to obtain the final site plan approval, or either party may terminate the agreement. And then generally, once site plan approval is completed, developer has 24 months after final site plan approval to submit plans for construction, building permit review, and any other technical review requirements. So that includes not only the site plan, as I mentioned earlier, it includes concurrency review. So the concurrency application would have to be submitted too within those time periods, because it's required by the code. So the agreement lays out a very clear and detailed schedule for going through the permitting process. And there's a 10-year time period, only because we've been advised that the current owner of the property has existing tenants. They're unsure whether the leases would end 5 years or a couple of years, or if the lease gets extended, it could extend 8 years. So we had to address the time period based on current occupancy of the existing building. Also, once the agreement goes effective, the property owner is required to submit a list of existing tenants with an existing expiration date on the lease, so that information is on file. The city will be, monitoring that, obviously, with the owner, and determining whether or not, that may impact the submission of the final site plan application. So it's all kind of laid out in the agreement. I left out a lot of stuff, but I think that's just general development schedule.
What is the normal time frame for that, all of this to go on? Because we're looking at, with these time frames that are defined in the contract, we're out to 2040 on this thing. So, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not a huge fan of leaving things for the next council. You know what I'm saying? That's a long time, and who knows what will happen. So what is a normal time frame on a project, city attorney, from the site plan submission on, normally? I mean, is it, because this is a 10-year on the first step.
I mean, it depends. I mean, it depends on the existing condition of the property. I mean, that we're dealing with a slightly different situation with an existing building with existing tenants. If this was a vacant piece of property, I would imagine that the developer could get through the process in 3 or 4 years.
Okay, so let's say it's an existing property. I'm just trying to get a feel of what's typical. Let's put it that way. Let's say it's an existing property that has no tenants, or the tenants are going to vacate.
If there were no tenants?
Or if they were going to vacate.
I think you're asking about this from the time of site plan submission. When they submit, it's 24 months.
It can be up to 24. I mean,
That's the same.
The contractor has to get mobilized. There's usually a 2-month mobilization period, and then 20 to 22 months for construction.
Okay, so truly we're looking at a plan that goes out to 2040 versus 24 months if the building was available for development. That's what I was trying to determine. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is that, as the applicants explained, obviously the existing tenants, the first period there, that 8.1 site plan submission deadline, is really what's different about this, that would give some sort of certainty of the intentions. But everything else from that point of like if somebody submitted a site plan today, this is this different than the normal from site plan submission? And one of the things is, what if the code changed and it became a shorter period of time or longer? Does this agreement supersede those procedures?
No, I mean, some of the 24-month time period, some of that's consistent with the existing city code.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in as well. With respect to the 10-year period, again, that's based on the life of the tenant's leases with a little bit of buffer there. With respect to the submission of the site plan, once we have to submit the site plan within that 10-year period, we're prosecuting that, I think, as your city attorney indicated, within the current time period that's allotted within your current city code. Subsequent to that, once you have site plan approval, and I think this is an important point that may be being missed, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a 2-year period subsequent to that you can actually file for your building permit approval.
Correct.
Correct. And then there's a period of time that lasts even beyond that for you to prosecute your building permit, meaning starting to bring the building up out of the ground. So
right.
The comparison, I think, of 24 months if the property was vacant, shovel ready to go, with all respect, I don't think that your law as currently exists allots for a slightly longer time than that, not slightly, but the 2-year window plus the post period after the building permit approval.
I would generally agree with the counselor on that, and I would agree with the mayor that the focus is the site plan submittal deadline, and that is due to an existing tenancy issue.
And one more thing that I wanted to bring up to council's point, if I could draw council's attention to section 33, the periodic review. The city has the right to inquire about the status of this project on a regular basis. So that includes the status of the tenants, the status of what we're trying to do with respect to our development approvals, et cetera. So we want to, I think we have been an open book, and we want to continue to be that open book, addressing the issues that come up as and when appropriate with respect to the technical development questions that have been raised, namely through the site plan approval concurrency review process, when that time comes.
Thank you.
But you don't want to hear from us more than once a year, I see here.
Feel free to
Once
call
every
me.
12 months.
Call me anytime.
No, I'm teasing. Thank you.
Well, and
helpful.
you know, if we did this with everything we ever developed, we'd have staff having a lot of extra time they have to spend following up on something that's going to be built 10 years from now or 14 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's really, and so as we look at the budget and efficiency and trying to look at all those things, when we go that far out, that's follow-up we have to do to stay on top of it. And that's staff time, which staff time is money, and it costs the citizens and taxpayers for us to do that. So it's, I know it's a different circumstance for you all with your tenants in there, but that is money that our taxpayers, literally, it comes out of their pocket when staff has to do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I had a bunch of questions. I appreciate you
No,
all
we
helping
appreciate
me.
the inquiry.
Councilmember Soria?
And I'm not sure if this is a concern for us, but what would stop the developer from buying out the leases of the current tenants and start construction tomorrow? Or would we have a concern with that?
Forgive me, I don't know if the question was directed to your legal counsel.
I guess maybe the city attorney or.
Well, I can't speak to the private lease arrangements that currently exist and whether or not there are buyout options, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure the developer's being very careful here and choosing their words carefully because there are existing leases on the property.
Our ability to unilaterally acquire that leasehold interest, not really permitted under law. It's got to be, it's a two-way street with respect to the tenant cooperating with respect to the buyout.
But I mean, in the past, people have gotten bought out of their leases to develop things, just to speed the process up.
Sure, it's a legal possibility for sure. However, it's a two-way street.
And I mean, still from that site plan submission, theoretically, they could apply sooner if that was their desire. I'm reading in 8.5 to get, I think, closer to Councilmember Shoryak and the city attorney's statement. It's talking about there'll be a list of tenants that will be provided with documentation evidencing the expiration date of each lease or other occupancy agreement. What is that exactly? I guess what would the instrument be? Yes, please.
Yeah, insofar as the question is directed at us, it's simply, again, attempting to be an open book, sharing with the city so that you don't simply have to rely on the representations that we're making verbally here tonight, providing you with the backup documentation necessary to know that we do actually have tenants in the premises, they do have a valid leasehold, and it is for the term that we've specified.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Because it's, and I understand the circumstance, because it's so far out, I see that the opportunity desired to build this is really what's happening. But I'm hearing that it's non-binding, and so my question is, why could this, I guess, what's the risk? What risk does this eliminate if it's non-binding? Either one.
Forgive me, Attorney Garganese, I'll maybe start and have you weigh back in. But the instrument is binding with respect to the provisions as provided, namely, as I indicated earlier, confirmation that we're able to build when we go to submit our site plan, the 6-story facility that's proposed, as evidenced under the concept plan that's attached to the development agreement. So that, again, is the principal ask of the development agreement of the city, and that's what I was alluding to earlier. Otherwise, the conceptual plan also indicates matters like the footprint, the envelope, the setback, and the step backs. So, as I think I heard your city attorney say, the concept plan and the development agreement bind the city to this blueprint. So we still have to submit for site plan approval within the timeframes that are laid out in the instrument and prosecute that site plan approval within a timely manner and subsequently process our building permits within a timely manner. I hope that answers your question. Mayor
It
Moore.
does, thank you. I think so today, and I know Coach changed, to go in that economic overlay district and build, if it was 45 feet, there's no, I think, community appearance board. Well, I guess can't you build to 65 feet per the code, the overlay, without, I mean, normal site plan approval?
With the city council's approval.
But that's always been the case. I mean, no, community appearance board, I guess, made recommendations and weighed in on.
No, the other process with community appearance board, as part of aesthetic review, would consider building height extensions above 45 feet. And it was an aesthetic review approval process. But that did not even address all of the other requirements on site plan review and all of that. I mean, the CAB had a very limited, narrow jurisdiction.
Okay, so by right, 45 feet, this being one of the main motives, that this wouldn't have as much weight if the desire was to build 45 feet or needed necessarily. I heard step backs in the
I
other.
do have the way that the code is written now. It's that increased building heights above 4 stories or 45 feet may be proposed and considered up to 6 stories or 65 feet if approved by the city council in conjunction with a site plan approval, and height mitigation measures may be required by the city council. So it's not a by right, it's a, hey, you come to city council and they might require that you have height mitigation measures if they choose to.
So we're making a decision today in 2026 for
the height.
a
Correct.
height that normally a future council would approve.
Correct. That's one of the
Okay.
large reasons they're pursuing the development agreement, is for that height.
McKibben Group, beautiful work. I compliment, and yeah, absolutely. The things that our council, whether it be traffic, stormwater, we're approving. We know that future concurrency is still going to have to be met, and those are views. So any concerns about that, that's not within our view today. If our wastewater treatment plant or any issues there, I understand that. The mixed use that Mr. McKibben brought up with the hotel or the restaurant as well, is it a desire to be strictly a hotel? I know it's early, but or is there going to be, because I mean, that's two separate businesses, one that
Yeah, I
not
mean,
just adding a hotel, but a
mostly what
restaurant
we're
as well.
focused on is we're making an investment now so we can have a future project. What we don't want is to not have that optionality in the future, and now we own potentially an office building that we can't redevelop. That's the risk we're trying to mitigate. The conceptual plan we've presented is one that we can live with, we believe will be viable. But ultimately, 8 years down the road, who knows? Maybe hospitality is a bad use, and maybe we don't move forward with that plan if it's not economical at that time. But to go back to the mixed-use component, again, we're gonna, because the time horizon is so long, it's really hard to kind of guess too much. But we're gonna look at the best use, what's gonna be welcomed in the community if it has a restaurant component. The concept plan we have technically does have an F&B component, but whether it's an independent brand or the exact concept that it is, that's still to be decided.
Thank you. I can say, because 45 feet, that's largely by right. The addition of the restaurant under that aesthetic review that CAB did certainly gives a stronger position for the community, and I would assume you would have to give up rooms. So I don't know how many, 150 or whatever the rooms are. That would be a trade-off. So if you dedicate a floor to a restaurant, that's less rooms, and I know the math might be different. Is that the right way to think of it? Is if there's 5 stories for rooms and 1 story for
ultimately
mixed use?
We've got to meet 150 rooms. We got to meet the parking requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Those are minimums in the code, so we've got to meet those in one way or another. And then the question is, frankly, what is left in terms of additional program space, and what can be economically included within that. For the Hilton Garden Inn, we had plenty of space there to get a restaurant, great outdoor experience, have a full-fledged concept that we thought would be well received. I think we have enough space, and we do have that programmed into our conceptual plan. Again, all the details are not worked out, but generally speaking, we try to build to the top level with our hotels. And if we think another restaurant concept is going to be successful, we're going to want to build another restaurant concept. So.
Thank you. I think we've crossed over 1,000 rooms in the city of Cape Canaveral. The residents, the traffic that comes along with it, the success of the port, and naturally this being a destination, it has brought a lot of strain and concern from what the city was 20, 25 years ago. But we recognize the economic overlay district. I can tell you that when restaurants are a part of it, I think some have taken advantage of that kind of top floor. That's ultimately, I think, your decision. But to make a decision for what would be built in 2040 on a council that everybody up here by term limits would not be here, we take that seriously. And I think I'm going to that date and saying, well, why'd you do that? And at concept, it's hard to see it by its name. It's just like it's hard for you to predict what you're able to do. It's hard for us to predict whether or not that's going to be a good decision. And so we're working through it. And I know that when you meet all those minimums, you don't necessarily have the room. But as a community stakeholder, and thank you for your comments about investing and partnering in the community, I think that that mixed-use component gives the average resident who lives here at least an option. It'd be rare for a resident to book a hotel room. And we've really taken a beating from tourism in our community. And you're responding to the market naturally. We've lost our school. We've lost our homestead. Our base traffic is getting worse. The aquarium, we're all excited about, but we understand that's going to probably add another night and increase that with a very thriving Airbnb market. So those are my comments. To sum up, we are looking at a piece of property that if we did nothing, a future council could potentially vote this through. But if we vote it through, a future council could not undo it. They would have to live with our decision. And it is binding, I'm learning and understanding. So is that right?
The agreement is a binding legal instrument. And
A future council, if it meets concurrency and the things we talked about.
the city council at that time would have to determine whether it complies with the city code when it goes through the final site plan approval process. But the legal instrument, the development agreement with the attached concept plan, that's a binding legal instrument. And it lays out the blueprint to proceed with all the final development permit applications at a future date. And at the future date, the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Council will have to review the engineering plans for compliance with all existing codes at that time. And adjustments will have to be made to comply with the code.
What are reasons the code would say 65 is not allowed?
That's the way the code has been since the EEOD was adopted.
So is there any reason 65 feet would not be permitted? Or have we historically ever seen 65 feet?
When it comes to the other existing hotels that have been built in the last 10, 15 years, they've all gotten 65-foot height approvals.
I think that in the instance of a project getting conceptual development agreement approval and then later on them going for a site plan approval, the height would not generally be the thing that makes a site plan get rejected. It would be other things like the concurrency. So I think to get to the root of your question, the height would very typically be the thing that makes a site plan get rejected later if you gave that approval now.
I think I understand that. I guess the point I'm making is if there's no reason, well, history is a good predictor of the future, that 65 or any criteria that we would apply that would stop or address an issue and say 45 foot's approved, but for these reasons, fill in the blank, 65 feet is not allowed, then we really aren't making that decision. That decision by the code, if I understand, is made for us. It's a ceremonial approval that there's not a reason why 65 feet, and maybe I missed your point.
There is the distinction that current council or future council could require height mitigation. So that would be the only kind of condition, and that's why it goes through a separate approval, is because in certain instances you may say, hey, we'd like to have a step back to where it's not as tall close to the street or something like that. So the code allows for the approval conditioned upon height mitigation, but more often than not, historically, the council has said that there's not a need for height mitigation, or it would be the Planning and Zoning Board, CAB. That height mitigation has not really been something that's historically been required, but that is the only thing that would hold up a height approval like that.
And that's what I don't think I fully understand is why when a circumstance of height mitigation would be needed. I think if there was another, maybe they were able to develop closer to the road.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot of instances like that, and that's probably why it hasn't been required, but it all goes down to wanting it to be a design that's in alignment with the design guidelines of the EOOD, and there's never been an instance in which the board or the deciding party said, hey, this is incongruent, we're not going to approve it. It's been approved.
It was essentially a design approval with the CAB, but that approval was just a paper approval, frankly, because it required a building permit within 1 year, and the aesthetic design was being, in some cases, considered so prematurely it was ridiculous, frankly, if I can be frank, because they didn't have jurisdiction to even consider a concept plan or site plan approval in conjunction with the aesthetic height design request. So this process considers the 65-foot height request as part of the concept plan. So you are seeing far more detail than the CAB, and the CAB's approval was a much different, like, design type situation. So at the end of the day, Mayor, this is a binding development, binding development agreement that approves a concept plan, a blueprint, including the 65-foot height requirement. And, the rest of the process has to be complied with at a later date.
So while we have more information than CAB had, if I understand our senior planner, it wouldn't be until the concurrency that even any scenario that we wouldn't have enough information today to address what might be a future height concern, but it also would allow a future council to still use height mitigation if there were valid. The code has some binding that they could address even though we approved this, because
I think if this was a normal site plan process, that would be the case, but in the instance of coming to an agreement on this development agreement, the development agreement does expressly say that, hey, you can have 65 feet, so unless that condition is added, the way that I read the development agreement, you guys would be giving that authority, and the 65 feet couldn't be taken away if the site plan were to get rejected 10 years down the line. It would be for a different reason. That wouldn't really be much of a discussion.
Not sure I can understand that last comment, but the 65-foot height approval is in conjunction with a hotel. If this hotel didn't proceed, there would not be a 65-foot height approval for any other development project. It's for the proposed hotel.
Mr. McKibben, in the event or anyone that a hotel, I think are you entirely in the hospitality hotel business, or do you have other types of developments?
97%. I mean, we do have maybe 10 restaurant concepts. We have some residential buildings, but the vast majority of our business is hospitality.
Okay.
To the question, though, to emphasize what your legal counsel said, that the height is tied to this concept plan. This concept plan contemplates a hotel. So insofar as the concern is that we are asking for a 65-foot approval for whatever will be built there, that is not what we are requesting. Furthermore, I just wanted to clarify, I think I heard that there has not been a circumstance with respect to any of the hotels built within, say, the last 5 to 7 years where the 65-foot limitation has been denied?
That would be correct.
Okay. So insofar as we're evaluating the risks that we're asking the city to approve tonight, is a 65-foot hotel really worth denial of the application? I would submit no.
Thank you.
Plus, Mayor, I just need to just make sure the record is clear on it, that the development agreement does address under section 6 building elevations. There are building elevations that are attached, and it says further other aspects of the building facade and roof line signage, height mitigation measures, color scheme, and architectural features depicted on the buildings may be required and adjusted during the city's final review and approval procedures to satisfy the requirements of the code.
6, you said?
6, yes. So there is an express acknowledgement that 65-foot height, yes, is approved. Building elevations from a conceptual level are attached to the agreement, but when that final site plan comes, before the city council in the future, it will have, as required under the site plan ordinance, final elevations, and at that time, the city reserves that other aspects of the building facade and roof lines, and height mitigation measures, et cetera, can be required at that time during the approval process.
Excellent. Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Willis?
This question is for Connor and possibly the city attorney. Other than the fact that the other property that I'm referencing is vacant, is there any substantive difference between Wave District and this possibility?
They were done through two different mechanisms of the code. So this is through the conceptual plan and development agreement. The Waves District was done through, Anthony, you may have to check my wording, is it Vacation Resort Campus? A different sort of master development agreement framework.
It was a port of
call facility. So yeah, it's two different frameworks, and they are you know, when these folks came to us, they did kind of use that as one of their templates because it was the precedent that, you know, the council had said of, you know, hey, this is a development agreement framework we've used, but it is two very different things, but they are similar in that with Waves District and with this project, the applicants still have to come back for site plan approval afterward.
But it's substantively the same thing.
It's two different code sections, but they're similar in that they both have to come back for site plan. Yeah, procedurally they're similar.
Procedurally and in terms of when the Port of Call facility was approved for the Wave Village, it contains conceptual plans that were attached to the agreement, blueprints, so to speak, that, you know, the property owner still has to come back for all the final approvals. But in that agreement, the 65-foot height was included and memorialized in that agreement and the development schedule. And Port of Call is a little bit substantively different in that the Port of Call facility provisions under the city code require a mix of Port of Call allowed uses. So that it's more of a mixed use project with a Port of Call umbrella designation over it.
I'm going to ask something, and so I know we have a 150 room minimum.
Yes, sir.
And I heard Mr. McKibben talk about, hey, trying to meet that. Their how they do their business and use the space, I firmly believe that they have a natural best interest to use it and optimize it. But I'm just talking openly here. I would hate to think that if the math worked for them to offer a mixed use and they were excited about it and they could do it, but it was because of this 150 room minimum that they could not.
The contract that they provided us has 162 rooms, just FYI.
Okay, and that might be the case, that there's never a scenario where a mixed use would ever make sense, and I'm not going down that path, but I would hate to think that, well, we would, but after we apply the 150, there's no space. If this agreement, for example, like we said, if the market is striving for some use that this community would do well, and they had an opportunity to add that use, and it was a win-win that was complementary for the residents, could this agreement have a simple statement that would give them the option, if they chose, to reduce the minimum for another use, or would that open up a can of worms I'm not thinking about that? But does that make sense? You'd hate for the intent of the 150 rooms written many years ago. Today, we've seen a lot of rooms added. This might be a moot point. I'm not in the know on how all of it works, but I just, looking at the policy, would that option for them cause any issues for the city, or do we want to keep a minimum of a 150? How many rooms per floor usually? I'm just thinking.
I could speak real quick to that point. Yeah, I absolutely
appreciate
do.
it.
Well, first, if I could express that the current conceptual plan we have has incorporated a food and beverage program just as part of the conceptual design, but we also have 12 rooms over that 150 requirement, which is that area alone would be more than enough to provide a food and beverage commercial operation as big as the one that we did next door at the Hilton Garden Inn. So I can't see a world where we wouldn't be able to do that if we chose to and stay within the 150 room requirement.
I appreciate it. Yes, thank you.
One more thing I'll just add. I'm new to Cape Canaveral, but what I've heard previously is prior city councils, there was smaller hotels in disrepair, and there was a feeling that requiring a larger threshold would bring in more quality developers and operators, and that was the genesis behind kind of this 150 key metric. I would say our average hotel is around 130 for the type of hotels that we do. But again, I believe that was the genesis, and seems like everybody's been able to comply with it so far. So
Appreciate that. That's my understanding as well. And going back through the minutes and reading those back in, I think, 80s, 90s, I don't know, but that's my understanding as well. I just think that every room key is another drain, another toilet, and if the math worked in their business model where it's like, we want to go to a market of bigger rooms or more spacious, being able to use the property, it could be a win-win for all to address the capacity, the cars on the road. If the market opened up to say, you're going to have 20 rooms on where but actually no, it's these, now we're only going to do 10, we cut it in half because it works, not forcing anything, not binding. I'm looking at us going, you can't do that in Cape Canaveral. You can't even reduce it because that was the intent. And we're in a circumstance where maybe reduction is something we should start looking at without giving up at the time, the little hotel motels that were popping up everywhere, 4, 6 rooms. And so, city attorney or anyone, if you could speak on that, is this agreement the time to address that? If so?
I think you're talking about a code change.
Okay.
Because the city code, as you indicated, Mayor, requires a minimum of 150.
Yep.
And the more recent hotels have had to comply with that.
I understand that.
So perhaps maybe the hotels are bigger than what they originally wanted to develop. I don't know, but there is that code requirement, that minimum threshold, 150 units.
And I had one question in regards to that, Mr. Mayor. City Attorney, on the economic opportunity overlay district, our island right now is 90% built out. Is there an end date to that? I know it was put into place to work along with our CRA. I believe it's when, or actually it was before the CRA quite a time.
Right around that time period.
So how does that work? Because at some point, we're getting, built to capacity, or could be. So how does that work as far as that document? Is it just never ending?
Yeah, unless otherwise modified or repealed by the city council in the future, it is a zoning overlay district. So it's a zoning code.
Thank you.
Did you get a public comment? Councilor, any comments here anymore? Councilmember Shoryak.
I think this is way too early for this. I hate to burden a council 6, 8, 10 years from now with our decision. This year, we're burdened with dealing with and cleaning up the mess of prior councils who spent all the city's money on whatever, and now we have to clean it up. And I hate to do that to the future council.
Got a familiar name on the card. Haven't spotted him, but is this Mayor Capizzi? Are you with us today? Please come forward from Cocoa Beach. Thank you for joining us.
How's it going, guys? Not to butt in on your politics here. I know I got my own in my city, but I am I own many properties here in Canaveral. I have 6 long-term rentals. So property tax is also a concern of mine as well. That being said, I understand the position of these guys wanting to do and I don't know them, by the way, but I understand business and I understand investments, and this is a really important project, I think, for them to move forward. The reason that I decided to butt in is because thinking about my city as well, the highest and best use of properties, an office building on A1A in the middle of a bunch of hotels is not the highest and best use of that property, in my opinion. I don't think that you're going to see a lot of good redevelopment on that property unless somebody with resources buys it. It's going to be, not to say it's not the best looking property in your area, but I think if you had an entity that had good funds to rebuild it, it could be, an asset or something to beautify your city. I also think, depending on the way our taxes are going here in the city, it is a potential to help with the tax problems that you guys have as well, with creating a much larger tax base for the city. And for my future investments as well, anything you could do to keep taxes down would be appreciated, and it's something that doesn't affect the residents. One thing is it is a story building, but in the midst of a bunch of 6-story buildings. Another thing to think of, it's away from a bunch of residential communities, so it's not like it's impacting residents as much. In my opinion, I see a benefit for taxes and for beautification of your city to go forward with something like this. Thank you.
And you represent yourself. Thank you for investing in Cape Canaveral. I did not know that about you. And speaking as a taxpayer and a property owner and serving our good friends down in Cocoa Beach, thank you for joining us today in those comments. Since we opened it up, if anyone else wants to comment, I just want to offer this time. Council, we've worked through it. How are we doing? Okay, well, if you want to talk through anything you're thinking, yeah.
All right. I move that we decide on the approval of this development agreement and conceptual site plan, one way or the other. That's my motion.
I do feel a little better. It's more than what we've accomplished, but I'm not sure it's where we're going to go.
That's great direction to the city council. Not necessary to be put in the form of a motion.
Well, I'll accept any suggestions if we can get this on the table.
Sounds like you want to call the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Do we still need a motion?
I don't think we have a motion.
Well, is council ready to take a vote on this? I mean, maybe I'm being premature.
No, we've certainly given it time. I think.
Okay. Don, you look like you're ready.
I'll tell you just my thoughts. What I've learned about this, and after reviewing, is that if a future council, that our economic overlay district is zoning district that's here, as Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, they are pursuing a specific hotel project, which is the only type of developments that's allowed to go 65 feet. Historically, these have been all approved. There's not a strong, compelling reason to ever deny, other than some height mitigation based on some scenarios we haven't observed. That ability is under Section 6, still there for a future council. That's really what I was thinking, is I don't want a valid concern that a future council could not make a decision on. And if we vote this today, there will be a 10-year period to submit site plans, which is a couple-year buffer roughly after the tenants are gone. And the rest of the sequence procedures are spelled out, which is consistent with our code. Site plan submission, there's no different there. And in those approvals, that's where the attention to detail and concurrency and future stormwater or traffic issues will be addressed. In no way are we saying it's going to be okay then. They're going to have to go through the same hurdles. And if it happens early, if a legal reason a lease contract goes out, I don't think that changes anything here either. We're approving, I think, in more recognizing what our code allows, if anything. So I'm ready to move forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the item, agenda item 9.1.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King. Now that we have a formal motion and direction that is being pursued. Is there any discussion or thoughts? I think Councilmember Shoryak, you had some concerns, and
My concern, if they were going to build the hotel right away, okay, but I just, again, I don't want to burden the future council with our decisions, because we're kind of going through that now ourselves.
I guess I wouldn't disagree with you. I'm not sure how we're burdening them after working through it. Maybe I'm thinking about
Obligating them to something. Yeah, that's maybe a poor choice of words. We're obligating them to something.
I'm with you.
In 2026, it might not happen in 2033 or 2035, whenever, when things could change. And
when I look at it, I'm not sure that anything could change that would stop.
Every decision we make has some possibility of impacting a future council. So, I mean, you know, is it 1 year or is it 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
But we still have to make a property rights decision.
Any further discussion?
Well, I'm just looking at the other property that's mentioned tonight, that is their other property, and the tax bill on it for 2025 was around $21,000. I have no idea why, probably because it wasn't finished being a hotel. But I look at the total amount of the hotels, and that concerns me, you know, but regardless, that's something out of our hands. But I'm along the lines of what Councilmember Shoryak says, because this is so far out. I mean, it is so far out, and it's a binding legal agreement.
City Attorney, what could change that would prevent this? If the zoning changed, is that a risk for the developers and applicants, that the future council changed the zoning?
That's a good point, Mayor. Yes, it would be a risk for the property owner, but also be a risk for the city.
I understand that side as well. And that's why I guess I'm not sure we can change it without substantial risk in today's environment with the state law and our code the way it is. But I'll leave that up to our city attorney. And I'm having a hard time seeing that. My clear, and where I gain a lot of confidence, is I openly admit, learning about our wastewater, I have concerns there today. But so I would say if there is a desire to build it soon, they would have a vested interest to do that, because I have a reason to believe it's only going to grow, and those issues are going to have to be addressed. And I'm not sure, so that future council would have the full power to address, I think, those valid environmental, public safety issues. But I think we all feel the same way. And we're not taking that away, I don't think. Councilmember King, I know you seconded the motion. That is not necessarily, in for or against, but how are you feeling about it?
I'll let you know when I vote.
That sounds wonderful. I love the suspense. Okay, well, is there any further discussion?
None here.
Sounds good. Thank you all, and thank you again for working through this with us. City Clerk, please call the roll.
To approve the development agreement and the conceptual site plan?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
For.
Councilmember King?
Against.
Mayor Morrison?
For.
Councilmember Shoryak?
Against.
And Councilmember Willis?
For.
Okay, let the record show the item passes 3-2. Thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck. Let's take a quick recess, if that's okay, council. That was a long run. That was the first time I think we've taken that up, and
Like you and I made our first no votes, huh? Wow.
oh, I know.
That's exactly what.
the feedback's not. I think, no, he's coming.
All right, call the meeting back to order. It is 8:42 p.m. We are now on to item 9.2, titled River Breeze Residential Planned Unit Development, petitioner B&B Enterprises of Cape Canaveral, Florida. This time, same routine with our director and
Our
senior
dynamic
planner.
duo over there,
We have a fan
I'll
now.
defer to them.
Sounds
We have
good.
a lot of fans now. I'm not talking about personally speaking. Okay. Council. So this is a motion to consider a preliminary development plan application in accordance with section 110-442B of City Code for a residential planned unit development, or RPUD, at 6419 North Atlantic Avenue and 260 Cape Shores Circle. The RPUD proposes 39 single-family dwelling units and 3 common tracts on 4.97 acres under the name River Breeze. This area is also now currently the location where Aerial Adventures is located, for reference point. The applicant, B&B Enterprises of Cape Canaveral LLC, has submitted an application for a preliminary development plan review and a tentative zoning designation for the River Breeze RPUD. The request seeks authorization to construct, as I said, a 39 single-family residential units and 3 common tracts on 4.97 acres. The submittal represents a proposed density of approximately 7.84 units per acre, which complies with the maximum density threshold of 15 units per acre permitted under ordinance number 07-2025. The application uses flexible development provisions of the city's updated RPUD regulations, requesting specific modifications that include reduced lot sizes ranging from 3,400 square feet to about 4,100 square feet, reduced lot widths of 36 feet, reduced interior setbacks of 0 feet on many of the lots, and building overhangs ranging from 2 to 5 feet. I think something interesting and worth noting to talk about with this project, for a while now in Cape Canaveral, we've been looking to try and enhance the resiliency of our built environment and with the private property elements of our community, especially with single-family housing. So this project is striving to construct resilient housing units with unique floodable first floors, which are intended to protect occupants on the second and third floor living spaces from something like a dangerous hurricane storm surge. That's something we've been looking to have in the community for quite a while now, and incorporating hardened building techniques. And the project team has indicated that these units are going to be designed to withstand Category 5 hurricane wind speeds and are based on a successful real-world proven waterfront single-family residential unit development in Cortez, Florida, that did survive several major hurricanes on that coast. The application was properly noticed in accordance with City Code within 500 feet, and based on the findings, in fact, demonstrated compliance with review criteria outlined in section 110-4425 of ordinance number 07-2025. City staff recommends that City Council approve the River Breeze RPUD preliminary development plan. And additionally, just for the Council's information, at the July 1st, 2026 Planning and Zoning Board meeting, board members unanimously voted to recommend that City Council approve the River Breeze RPUD preliminary development plan as written. These recommendations are grounded in the applicant's current submittal, which is consistent with the goals of the City of Cape Canaveral's comprehensive plan, mitigating environmental and traffic impacts and providing high-quality residences and amenities. Before I hand it back to council, I also want to let you know the applicant team is here so that they can be interviewed by you if you'd like. And I'm also going to hand it off to Connor really quickly to better explain the RPUD, because I believe this is the first time council is seeing such a method or such a procedure.
Yes, correct. So this is very important that we are informed based off of Ordinance 07-2025, which is an ordinance that you all approved last year. We've had RPUDs, residential planned unit developments, on the books as an option for a while, but they had never been acted upon. A big reason why was because the minimum acreage was 10, and part of the ordinance that you all passed last year lowered that down to 4 acres. But for the most part, the structure stayed similar, but there were a lot of things that changed, so it's always good to reference Ordinance 07-2025 to make sure you have the most up-to-date code. In general, a residential planned unit development is supposed to provide a development that has unique development standards and requirements, as recommended by the city. So it's intended to provide flexibility, desirable land use patterns and developments, create a sense of place, community or neighborhood identity, really reach that higher level of design and innovation. And in doing that, a lot of the times there are things afforded in terms of deviations like lot size, setbacks, or bulk zoning where things are more clustered than they would have been according to our normal zoning code. So the developer, has a right to develop this property, but they chose this route because they had a more inventive route for what they wanted to do. They potentially could have even stacked a greater number of units if it was done a certain way in a multifamily style, but they chose this dense single-family development that has individually owned small single-family home lots that are 3 stories. When we're reviewing a residential planned unit development, the code provides a number of finding of facts that are supposed to be looked at when you're checking it out, and that's in the code in section 110.4225, but it's also included within your staff report in that we have answered those finding of facts for you so that you have some rough guidelines on, staff's interpretation of the review criteria. So, those are things like degree of departure from the surrounding residential areas, which is part A, compatibility with the surroundings, which is part B, prevention of erosion and degrading of surrounding areas. But similar to the hotel that you guys all just looked at, this application is doing what is called a preliminary development plan. That is an option that is provided by the code, and it has already gone to the Planning and Zoning Board, but you all are looking at it through that lens with an understanding that they would have to come back to you for their final development plan, where they would have their fully engineered documents. They would have to do their full platting, so the division of land, because right now it is 2 parcels of land that they would end up having as fee simple divided lots. So the things like concurrency and platting and the final engineering review would be done during that final development plan. So this is the first time that you guys are looking at this, but it would not be the last time that you are looking at it. That being said, this preliminary development plan is somewhat binding in that it charts the course for what the final development plan will look like. So we are here if you have questions. The applicants are here as well. But this is something that we haven't necessarily gone through in the city before, with it being a residential planned unit development. So what that means is that you guys do have the flexibility to request certain modifications as more of a negotiated back and forth. That is all.
Thank you. City Manager, City Attorney, any comments further than what we heard from our team?
The only additional comment I want to make is that the RPUD is a rezoning of land process. So this is just the first step in going forward in the rezoning of the land. And the code requires, as Connor said, a preliminary development plan to be submitted first and foremost for review by council, and that serves as the roadmap to then proceed with the final development plan application, which includes the rezoning of the property, site plan approval, concurrency. In this case, it's probably going to be a comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment. So this is a one step in a multi-step process, and I just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you. City Manager?
No comments this evening.
Council, I don't know if the applicant desires to speak. If so, do we have any questions before, or do we want to go ahead and hear from Mr. Bogger? Please proceed.
My son's of the property. We purchased this in November 2012, right after the recession. It was 8 lots. It's 1 lot now. We sold off. It was 8.5 acres. We sold down to 3.5, and we put the 1.5 acres back under contract. That is the aerial venture. That makes the just shy or 5 acres of the land. We looked at this 50 ways to Sunday on how to develop it. When we first bought it, we were contacted by Cape Shore's attorney informing us that there was a private road and we could not use it. I looked at it in great detail, and the fact is Cape Shore Circle is a private road. There's 2 owners. It's the Zale family up front because the commercial piece. I bought an easement from them because I was before this council a long time ago when we were going to do a Cumberland Farms, and then we moved it. Where are we? Moved it down here, and it worked out for everybody. So I disagreed with the Cape Shore attorney, but what I said is we can litigate it or we can try to work around it. So I choose to work around it. Why I thought I had a right is in the state of Florida, you cannot sell off land and not have an access. So there was 3 lots that since 1943 had access off Cape Shore Circle. And so when they developed Cape Shores, the developer allowed that to continue. Now, there was no written agreement, but the state law does not let you take access away from people. It's just impossible to do. The second reason is there's a law called prescriptive easements where you're adverse, and they notified the various owners. They actually sent me a letter that this is the letter that in '83 we blocked it, and we've been adverse, and everybody and their brother has told me it's private. That's the definition of prescriptive easements. If you go 23 years and it's adverse, and they tell you every day you can't use it, nobody does it. It's the legal case of it. That being said, I believe to be a good citizen in this, and so I did everything in my power not to use Cape Shore Circle, even though I had a right to use it. So we bulldozed a triplex on Holman, and we took 50 feet of it and tied it into the land. When we sold off the Area Venture, we kept an easement through there in case I was never buying it back. So my intent was to honor my agreement with the city, not the city attorney, but Cape Shore attorney, that I would try not to use Cape Shore. So we gone out of our way. Now I looked at how to develop this as an apartment. I've looked at it as a condominium. I looked at it as single family. All of them requires a removal of the bulk of the trees just because stormwater takes precedent. And with the stormwater, you cannot have it run off, and so we're going to retain it into the sand dunes. We're blessed in this area with sand dunes, and it perks better than any area in the city except the dunes on the beach. It's pure sand dunes. So we decided to mimic a development over in Sarasota for a survival, a 3-story unit that will not put a burden on the city if we ever have a Cat 5 here. The first floor elevation on all these units are 10 feet, which is extremely high for burial ground. Second is 20 feet. So we dropped the density down. If this was developed as a 5-acre project condominium, it would be 74 units, and it would be a big 45-foot story building with parking underneath it, and it would be a major structure. So this fits in, I think, as best as I can do for a survivable building and less impact. Now, the reality of the world is that for 14 years, I've mowed the yard there and I pulled up the weeds. And yes, the city got phone calls, but I only large tract of land that mowed it for 14 years. And so when I don't mow it, people complain. The reality is Cape Shore has used the land as a private park, and I can no longer afford to have a private park, so I got to do something with it. I was in talks with the city. They wanted it. I'd be happy to sell it, even give you guys a discount. But obviously, the market value is pretty high. So here we are. I have worked with this gentleman, Dave Menzel, for 40 years in development, and so we came together with a plan to reduce the density. It's private roads, so there's no, you get the tax value and you do not get the burden of the expenses of maintaining the road. It's a private development. Early on, I met with the city manager and different people and took their input. We moved a lot of stuff around. Some of the improvements, we did a study already on traffic. I could run everything straight out to A1A and not put the light in, the road to the light on Holman, but I thought it was a better development for going out because you can go out to the light. We made it a one-way, not a two-way, so we're trying to keep as much traffic off Holman as we can. So the one-way is a left turn out only to the light. If I did not put that road in, it would have saved me probably $200,000-$300,000, and it could have been open green area. We put a very elaborate retention system in under the road. We're required to sign an agreement with St. John's on the maintenance on it. It's our burden, or eventually the homeowners association. What we're asking here is to prove the concept so we can move forward. If the city would rather have a big apartment building or a condominium, I would rather do it before I spend another $150,000. We did spend that amount once, and the city changed the code on us, or the management changed in the city hall, and I was told I was operating under the wrong code, and so I got back to square one and a year and a half later. So this is where we are. Technical questions go to Dave Menzel, my engineer of record.
Thank you, Mr. Bogger. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have
Yes,
one, Mr.
Councilmember
Mayor.
King.
Thank you. That property that you own now, was that purchased, was that originally Porter property?
Yes, it was originally out of the Porter Family Trust.
Okay, thank you. It's a beautiful piece of property.
Yeah, nice property.
Is there an or a map or overview of the design that shows the Holman Road and the access that we could maybe zoom in on? I was over here
I think
trying
that
to-
the most detailed sheet is page 83, and that shows the exit only into Holman. So it would only be going southbound onto Holman. Folks would turn left and then they'd get the light, but if they wanted to go in, they'd have to do it directly off of A1A.
That's something we can pull up. Oh wait, 83. Oh, I had it, but it's really hard for me to see. It's small.
Yeah, it is smaller.
We already did a traffic study on both in and out, and we're good either way, without Holman or with Holman, okay? So
Okay.
it's safer if you go Holman without a light. And of course, but it takes up green area.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. Holman takes it runs north and south, and then it heads straight east to A1A and goes, I guess, McKinley on the other side of A1A. Is this it right here?
Yes, yeah, if you just shift it over a little bit to the right, to the east, you'll see the Holman exit, bottom and to the right.
Thank you for doing this, yeah. Okay, so. Oh, it's right there on the,
Yeah, it's that skinny
left
strip
side?
of land behind the Dollar General. And
I gotta get oriented here. I'm all turned around.
maybe if you zoom out just the tiniest bit, we can get the full
This is-
perspective. So the far right of that image is A1A, and now that it's bigger, you can see all the way at the bottom on the far south end is Holman Avenue. or Holman, Holman Avenue.
Holman Road, yeah, I think.
Yeah. So the west, the left side of it is the Banana River Lagoon, and then the south side is the exit onto Holman, and then the right side, the east side, is A1A.
Oh, I see. Okay. So Holman
This property has a boundary that's a weird I shape sticking out of the south side, and that has an addition for a roadway that's one way going south onto Holman.
Mhm.
So Holman is that thing that you see at the very, very bottom of the image.
It's actually wide enough for a two-way road. It's 50 foot wide. We looked at it as no road, green area, bike path. We looked at it as a one-way. We looked at it as a two-way. We all discussed with city staff and everybody, and we decided this was a good use of that land because some people have trouble pulling out on A1A without a light.
So down along the bottom of this image here, that's where Holman, it doesn't show it, but that runs east to A1A, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what was confusing me.
The two pieces of land that are east of this
Yep.
is the Dollar General and Golf and Gator. Okay, so basically this is a separation of commercial between the homeowners to the west and this. So we have agreed to wall that in on both sides.
And that's a one-way, that'll be a private
On
road?
this plan here is a one-way at this time.
That road won't be named Holman, it's a private.
It will be named whatever you guys want it to be named.
Oh.
Just don't get
There's
too
no
weird on me.
egos up here. Yeah, no.
Bob Bogger
Okay,
away.
now I understand. I couldn't see.
Bogger Lane, yeah. May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, please.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. And former Mayor John Porter
Yes.
lives in that vicinity. Does this property abut his?
He sold off the piece that is next to the river to a gentleman from Boston. He's a lawyer, and I believe he spoke at the hearing, and I met with him, and he did not like that we put the clubhouse next to his land there. But in my defense, the city wanted it on the river, so I put it there. I can move it back, but I thought, guys, we need to get through the process and see where we want it, okay? We put it there because it was the smallest riverfront lot, okay?
So the property between you and John Porter, there's a piece of land that separates you from his property.
He now is one lot
Away from
south, but right here where the road on Holman bends, he has probably the first 150 feet is residential. Then there's like two 1.5 acre lots in there. He's the first 1.5 acre lot.
I'm just trying to orient myself because I've
Yeah,
been there.
and so the homeowner has an easement through Porter's land to get to Holman.
Okay.
So everything east is commercial, everything west is residential.
Thank you.
So this road here is a buffer line.
And where the legend is depicted, that's your Golf and Gator and the little electric cart.
Dollar General and then
Oh,
Golf
yeah,
and Gator.
I'm sorry, I'm off. So, Councilmember King, Mr. Porter owned the home he lived in, and then his mother owned the property to the north.
Right.
As he said, he sold that. That would have directly abutted up against this. But Mr. Porter's property does go, if I understand, all the way to the
along
east,
the road.
and it will come up against the wooded area that you mentioned. But because he doesn't own that, I think that there's quite a bit of
I met
green
with
space.
John, and he wanted a wall, and I told him I'd give him a wall. So
you're going to build a wall?
Well, here, you got to make it work,
done
okay?
that.
So nobody gets everything they want, okay? You just got to make it work.
Have you pulled a
I
permit
believe
for
in
that?
middle of road approach.
No, never mind.
So there'll be a privacy, like a retaining wall?
We're
From
talking about a
stor-
concrete wall.
For
A
stormwater?
6-foot wall. It will have to go up and down. There's a lot of fill coming in on this project, a lot of fill. So this is a dune, and actually the topo, if you look at it, it goes from 12 feet and 50 feet away, it's down to like 6 feet, and then it goes back up. So to build a road and a subdivision and all that stuff, you just had to, pick an elevation and move everything around. That's why none of the trees really would have survived no matter what you do. Okay, it's just didn't fit in. So the biggest thing, because we're on the Banana River, is stormwater. So we have a very intense stormwater system there. Okay,
I can speak for myself. I have confidence in your experience in managing stormwater in a much more difficult area of the city that doesn't drain as
too.
well. Well, no, I'm saying your other projects. This is your timeline for this. Let's just say, what are you?
Well, we're going to move through the process. We're farther along on this. It's just that the environmental, like I have contracts, I already did traffic studies. I just stopped everything because I don't want to keep spending money. And if I come into this commission, you guys say, no way, I like to know it up front. If there's a fundamental thing wrong, I don't want to get right to the end and spend another couple $100,000 and you guys say, no way. So I just want to know, does this fly or doesn't it? If you don't, you'll get something else. That I won't have any. I would not buy that land back until you guys approved it. That's in the contract, okay?
I've got a one-off outside the box, just preliminary statement before any, and the reason for asking timeline. My understanding, especially back behind Porter's property, and a lot of reason those hills there is there's archaeological value. The IE's
The
natives.
first thing I did is I can't let them go in, and I even paid for the whatever they found. They dug all they wanted to do, and then when they couldn't afford the test, I paid for the test.
Appreciate that. Well,
okay, so
under the future development, you might uncover more. If that's obviously that would be your property, but we would ask.
The purpose of that is I got a letter in my file that cleared me that this is not. I literally let them. I wanted to address that up front, and I did it like 10 years ago. But I'll show you the letter.
No, actually, I was
mean,
just
they came
saying
in.
as if it might be worthless, but I know
If we
many
find
members of the
something, you'll be the
community-
first to know.
The community, we have a museum, and if it's something you wanted, those leaving little pieces of broken pottery, like 1,500 years old stuff is back there.
They found some stuff. They found some stuff.
I believe it. They found a
some
lot
stuff.
back there,
Yeah.
the mounds, and so I don't know where that is in the process, but thank you. Okay, well, let's keep working through it. So this is residential development. 3 stories with the bottom floor, that West Coast Florida style.
You have on the first floor an oversized double garage, and then you have a foyer with a stairwell and an elevator, and then you have a back porch. So we're assuming it will be $10,000 or less damage on the first floor. All the power boxes and everything else will be up on the second floor. We have not committed to, but we will look at solar options and all that, so that these things are operating. Whether you believe in climate change or not, all that stuff is the way to go now.
Well, we know the power goes out.
Yeah,
and,
we know the power goes off in Florida.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to you about that someday, because your Florida Power franchise is doing a disservice to everybody on the A1A.
No comment.
Sounds like another meeting.
That's not in disagreement. at all.
What my comment on that is they have temporary pigtails 5 years later after they changed out and temporary pigtails go out 2 or 3 times a year. So my generators that I put in the town place are going off on a regular basis because they will not pay for a permanent pigtail. And it's just beyond me. I had to threaten to sue them at Radis until they actually changed out the pigtails. They gave a contract for the line. They then gave out a contract for the temporary pigtail. They never gave out permanent pigtail contract 5 years ago.
Bob, the northern property line that abuts Cape Shores, you might have said this, and if I missed it, what is it going to be like a vegetative?
Another wall.
Okay.
Not required. Not required.
I understand. And then we've got a wall, so along the west.
Well, here,
a wall on
the only thing that would change there is if somehow the fire marshal or somebody said I wanted access to something there. You know, again, life safety takes over everything else. So again, I believe I have a right to access it. But I'm trying not to infringe on them. The other benefit the city gets is you have 2 water lines. One dead ends on Holman, and one dead ends right there at the front of the aerial venture. We will tie those in, and so you will be fed from the north on that other dead end line. I had preliminary conversations with the city of Cocoa, and I'm almost 100% positive they'll make me tie them in, because any chance they get a private guy to pay for their water line, they make them do it. This is their chance.
In between the homes, will they be fenced or is it open plan?
I'm 75%
in
debt.
between the homes, will there be fencing between each home?
Will we have different?
Or open? I mean,
well, we gave you an example of what they look like. We have not done a final design because when we were in what was the meeting we were in?
The development review or planning and zoning?
Not the planning and zoning, one long time ago, twice.
The development review committee?
Yeah. Everybody was giving us feedback, and we had to, but basically, it's going to be a Key West, Florida style looking house. We might have a couple different designs, but the base footprint is the same in all of them. There's going to be a push to a property line. There's going to be a whole series of easements and stuff so people can do their maintenance and stuff. But we're creating private green space for each owner.
So there will be each individual parcels.
Yeah.
And on that line, I'm not seeing. I'm just curious.
If you pull it up,
or privacy.
Go over all that with you, but
I think based on our understanding of conversations with Bob, there are not fences to be included.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that someone couldn't apply later on and see if it applies with our zoning code and is good, but he's not planning on fencing them off because it's pretty tight lot lines.
Power lines will be underground?
That could be.
Yes. The power lines, will those be underground through there?
I believe everything should be underground.
Amen.
I'm Dave Menzel with MAI Design Build, and we're the engineer.
Thank you.
On the project. There is 0 lot line, so one side of it is 0, and then there's a space through it. There's no, we're not showing a fence there right now because the idea was to create these so we could get a breeze going through it.
Sure.
Rather than a big building where you don't get that. Okay, so that's kind of the design that we provided.
And we did move it so you have privacy, no windows and stuff that intrude on people and all that. And all you have is an easement to do maintenance.
Thank you.
Yeah, and these come with elevators, okay? And like he mentioned, the garages are oversized, so that all the things that you normally see outside somebody's house and the sidewalk, there's room inside, and the HOA docs will keep that inside, so it'll be under control.
Each one has an elevator? Each unit?
Yes, yeah. It's a 3-story building. So it's, they're about 30, I think, to the peak, 38 feet. We're allowed 45, so they're not even as tall as them, but your height is part of this, the peak on the roof, so the, the ceilings, I think the first floor is 10 feet, the second floors, I believe, are 9, 10, no, they're 10. Yeah, so, but the things that we're asking for in it are all done to complement the building design. By that new RPUD, we can modify the setbacks, and we tried to make the buildings as nice as we could, and that's how we came up with this concept. And again, the density is about 36% less than what we could do with a big building that's 45 feet tall, and we've done those. So the only thing that a couple things that Bob didn't mention is there's a wetland. Obviously, at the shoreline, there's a wetland. We have avoided that. We set everything back, and there's a buffer between the wetland and the construction.
If you look at the building to the north.
Tom, we'll need you to speak into the microphone
if you look to the building north at Cape Shores, we're behind there.
Yeah.
So the building that is on the water immediately north, our first building on the water, is behind them. So we choose not to infringe on the wetland. We looked at it so that should we put up a seawall, and we went back and forth on the wetlands. We even paid to get a glimpse at it, and wetlands is a gray area at best. Everybody that comes in and lays it out, if you have 2 guys on 2 different days, they'll give you a different layout. Then the third guy comes in, is St. John's, and they have a third interpretation. So it's a negotiated settlement, okay? And I swear, if you take a soil sample, it's the same soil in my front yard, because I put a swale in, and I've been mowing there for 30 years, and it's the same soil. But that's just my belief. But anyhow, we just said we don't want to fight with anybody on the wetland, so we just pulled everything back. Okay, so we did a preliminary, we're behind it, we're gonna go in. If we nip it or something, we think it's gonna not really be, we're a whole building back behind Cape Shores. Okay? And if you go look at it, it will look like your mowed yard that they call is wetlands.
I do have another question for you.
It's been mowed since 1940.
The question I have for you is, are these buildings, as you've described them here, are they going to be facing one another, the porches?
Those all face the road. There's only 5 on the water. One is the clubhouse, unless somebody wants it moved.
So if I'm living in this one, I can see my neighbor across the street on
Yes.
with their porch, porches, yeah?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
you got them on both sides. If you see, go back to the site plan, those lots have a building footprint on it. And yeah, you got 39 lots, and they're on both sides of the street.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Hello, Mr. Rogger, how are you? I have a question for you guys. So it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 boat docks out into the...
We're not building them. What we're asking the city to do is allow future owners, if they want to spend. A boat dock there is going to be extremely expensive because it's shallow.
Right.
You're going to have to go out. So somebody's going to have to spend $100,000. We're willing to put for the clubhouse out to the water and then stop. But all we're asking is when people buy waterfront homes everywhere else, they have a right to put in a boat dock. We're asking them to give them similar rights, but we are not going to put them in. We just don't want to take away. If you have a single family house, you can put a dock on. Now, they're very hard. There's all kinds of things you got to do. I estimate each of those docks are $100,000. I am not putting them in.
Right, and if you have any type of boat that's under power, or even sailboat, that's so shallow over there.
That's
you're gonna run
why it's
aground.
100,000. You got to go to 4 feet, and it's out there. If you look at Cape Shores, they have a little marina out there. It's a good distance offshore.
Okay,
And
thank you. I had just noticed that was added in there. Now,
They're going to be paying waterfront taxes. They should have waterfront use. That's my position.
and those would apply for whomever was in this subdivision.
It would be reserved for the coastal lots. So
Okay,
the coastal lots, he wants to reserve the ability for them to pursue putting a dock there. They would not put the dock in, and even more, those homeowners would still have to go through the Florida DEP process. They'd have to get an exemption with the state, so they still have state controls on docks as well. It's just, the note says future dock location for riverfront residential lots, but they still have to go through the state process.
I'm just asking the city to allow them to go through the process, not to say no here, but if you can get it, have at it.
Understood, thank you. And I know that you always, with your projects, spend a lot of money and time trying to be concerned about our flooding and concerned about stormwater, which I appreciate. It was a little bit of a shock for me when I first saw it, because of it wipes out all the trees and it looks like a lot of units on a small amount of property. But I think they look like lovely units. I'm not a fan of taking out the trees, which you've heard me say that before, but I also know that you do spend your own money and that kind of thing to ensure that your properties are good with stormwater.
Yeah, well, we were fighting stormwater, so we understand it. When we did the front of the Radisson, we did what nobody else ever did in Cape Canaveral. We went down below the muck level, the whole front, and pulled out up to 12 feet down and brought in beach sand. So when our chambers fill up, they actually perk down, and so we understand that we have a flooding problem. And till we fixed most of Central, not all West Central, that intersection flooded. It has not really flooded much. Now I'm flooding. I want to address it. And so that was my little speech earlier in the night.
And new trees will be planted?
The trees, the process now is there's 29 trees or whatever trees are affected that we will hire an arborist. They will present their findings to the city. The city arborist will then will negotiate a settlement. I will cough up.
Mitigate.
We don't need to take that up today.
It's a process back and forth because everybody has to agree. And again, it's a gray area because I've been cutting down oak trees in my neighbor's yard, and you will be shocked how rotten some of these big trees are in the center. Okay, so I dropped a tree that was wider than this, and when it dropped, it split right down the middle. It was totally hollow.
Hopefully your neighbor wanted you to do that.
Yeah, he wanted me to do that because if I didn't do it, it was like a $5,000 tree
down.
removal.
Will, you bring up a good point. That's another approval as our staff that if it's this council, depending on your timeline, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Council, I think the resolution tonight is a motion to consider preliminary development plan application in accordance with section 110-422B of the city code for a residential plan unit development, RPUD, at 6419 North Atlantic Avenue and 260 Cape Shores Circle. The RPUD purposes 39 single-family dwelling units and 3 common tracts on 4.97 acres under the name River Breeze. If we are We can continue to ask questions and discuss. I'm looking at the time. We're coming up on 9:30. So if we're ready to do a motion for preliminary development plan application.
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary development plan for the River Breeze Residential Planned Unit Development.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King. Is there any further discussion?
I got one question.
City
For
Attorney.
the applicant. Mr. Barger, you indicated that you're going to put a concrete block or concrete wall buffer, install that somewhere?
Concrete wall.
Yeah, where, is that on the plan? Preliminary development plan?
I don't believe it to be marked specifically, no.
No, it's noted on there. It's on the north property line, it's on the south property line, and it's down both sides of the one-way road that goes to
It's required on the commercial section. That's where it's required on where I back up to commercial. It's not required on the other stuff, but again, it's probably a $500,000 expenditure, but I just don't want.
I just wanted to get clarification because you said you met.
I said I'm on record. We're putting a wall in there.
Okay.
It should be on the plan. If it's not, before we get back here, it will be on the plan. This is why we come before you guys to use guidance, we just don't want to spend money and then you guys are 180% no. We rather have what are the issues so we can deal with them. Okay.
Mine was just a question of clarification, whether or not those discussions that I think if I remember your comment, you had discussions and you agreed to put up a concrete block wall. And my question to staff is that on the preliminary development plan? If it's not, we can just add that simply as a condition.
Yeah, I would be in support of adding it as a condition because I do not see it clearly demarcated on there.
Okay. I can send you, when I go back, I actually have takeoffs of it.
To help us draft this condition, where's that wall?
I know how many blocks are and how many yards.
Maybe Mr. Mansell can answer. Where exactly is that additional concrete block wall that was referenced?
Okay, the site is shaped like a T. Okay, so the north property line from the east all the way to the west is a concrete wall. Okay, the south property line all the way from the east to the west is a concrete wall, except where the road goes through. Okay, and then the 6-foot wall turns and goes south on both sides of that roadway as it goes down to Holman.
And it will go down to 4 feet at the when it gets within 50 feet.
So it's pretty much all the perimeter of the site.
Yeah, and just for the record, there is a marking on there that says 6-foot height opaque buffer on a number of the site area, but it doesn't explicitly say wall or masonry or anything like that.
But remember, you're not approving the plan now. We're going back. Send us back with anything that and we will argue at planning and zoning, and then we'll come back and argue with you guys.
I thought we didn't want to argue.
If it's too grievous.
No.
Okay.
So just to make
but
it clear.
The block wall we conceded, and we moved we made I was making concessions behind the scene.
Okay.
And not on the plan.
That's not a very good negotiating thing, because then you come in here and you don't know what concessions we already made, and then you start making concessions again. So I rather make all the concessions at one place.
Well, thank you. City Attorney?
Well, we appreciate the concessions that you made outside of the meeting. I just want to make sure the preliminary development plan is clear. So
Okay.
Mr. Mansell said there's going to be a 6-foot concrete block wall, right? Along
Yes.
the north property line,
Yes.
east to west.
Yeah.
Also along the south property
Next to
line,
Meadow, it will be well laid out.
east to west. And then a concrete block wall, I think you said along Holman Road?
No, it runs, can you put the picture back up?
Yeah, along the T part. of-
Along the T.
Heading
It-
to Home-
Across the top, on the north, and then across on the south, and then it drops to
It's
the
also
south.
a retaining wall, because you have different elevations
Yeah,
on the other side of the property.
You
Speak in
could
the
potentially
Okay.
title that bottom condition as along the property boundaries of Tract B, because that's how it's labeled on the plan, that southern stuck out. So along the north property boundary, the south property boundary, and Tract B's boundaries.
Is that correct?
That's not the right one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a difference in elevation on the properties in different
what it
locations,
is.
so that acts as a small
As a
retaining
rolling
wall.
thing, on one side, I gotta put the wall in so that I can have it as a retaining wall too. So in some area, it acts as a retaining wall. So it's all not my generosity, it's also, I wanna level the field in certain areas. I met with the two property owners, Porter and a gentleman from Boston area, and both wanted concrete walls. So I didn't want them down here complaining too much, so I said I would put them in.
Thank you. I think we've talked through making it more detailed in a manner for our city attorney and staff that this council would support our staff's discretion on that. And if that's the condition that needs to be made, we do have a motion. I'd like to do all the conditions at once if we're going to amend it. Thank you, city attorney, or do you need to work through that a little bit more? But I think if you want to make a recommended motion, that would give you the latitude to work with Mr. Bogger. And
Yeah, I think, I haven't heard any other additional clarifications for the preliminary development plan. So the motion is to approve the preliminary development plan, subject to the following condition, that there's a 6-foot concrete block wall along the north property line, east to west, along the south property line, east to west. And I need Connor's help on the Tract B, because I can't.
And along the property boundaries of Tract B.
It's basically the whole property line, and all we have to do, I would like to reserve how we end it going into A1A and Holman, so I can
It's
step
that
it down.
section of the roadway that goes to Holman.
Give some wiggle room to the staff to prove as we approach the road, I can step it down.
Okay, and then as Mr. Ford indicated, along the boundaries of Tract B.
Yep.
And I just wanted to point out, it was also going to be used as a retaining wall because I cannot change the topo on their land side, okay?
okay,
So-
we're going to finish. Let us work through it, and then we'll get back to you.
And then, as Mr. Ford said, along the boundary of Tract B. So that's the condition. It's one condition about the concrete block wall that's not referenced on the preliminary development plan. And then other than that, it's okay to go move forward with approval. And then Mr. Bogger will have 2 years, 24 months pursuant to the code to present the final development plan application and all the engineering drawings consistent with the preliminary development plan.
Okay, if you want to state the desire, it'd be better
Say
if
one
one of
more
our
time.
council members would say, I move as stated by the city attorney. And before doing so, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, on the wall addition, I know that we have one other complex where a retaining wall was installed in a wetland area, and it has caused flooding on an adjacent lot. So can we get some kind of drainage calculations for stormwater management so that we know that?
Oh, you'll get it, St. John's, or there'll be a certified St. John's agreement, okay, before we build it. There will be a plan that will come through, a site plan, it will be part of, and then there will also, how they do it now, you do an as-built of the system, and then they take easements on it, and then you have to sign a maintenance agreement now, and they come in inspection every 1 or 2 years. So this is not like the old days. This is there is an ongoing interaction with the property owner and St. John's to manage that stormwater forever.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that's good. I just wanted to make sure with the difference in lot elevations that we don't, you know, the retaining wall is literally built and has permitted stormwater plans and all of that, and you just told me that.
Yeah.
So I'm good. Thank you.
Any other comments before our city attorney and staff work together? The motion, the amendment, keep in mind we do have a motion on the floor to approve as written, and so if you're ready, city attorney, I think we'll all be listening in and council can choose to move as stated.
Okay, so there's already a motion on the floor, so I
Yep.
think if there's unanimous consent to this motion, then you can proceed with approval of it. It's approval of the preliminary development plan, subject to the following condition, that there be a 6-foot concrete buffer wall constructed along the north property line east to west, the south property line east to west, and along the boundary of track B.
So moved.
Okay. Can we call for consent unanimous on the
Yeah,
amendment?
it's because there was a motion on the floor rather than doing it as an amendment. I just said if this is unanimous, you can just scrap the
Roll call or-
original motion and adopt the second
Okay.
motion that I just stated. Does that make sense?
Roll call to get unanimous?
No,
Okay.
you
Do
just-
we, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none?
Now
I'll
make
take
the-
that as consent.
Now, the motion that I just stated on the record would be the new motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis,
Second?
second by Councilmember King. Any further discussion? City Clerk, is that clear? Okay, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
The record show passes 5-0. Best of luck, Mr. Bogger. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much, and I will see you next round.
And we're not going to argue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And help me out on that stormwater on West Central.
Thank you. Okay, so we are, I think it's going to speed up here. It better. So we are now at 9.3, which is a resolution, and I do have a card. Mr. Dan Kuhn with us here today. Yes. 9-8. That's 9-8. Okay, we'll make sure you're heard. Thank you. This is 9.3, resolution number 2026-05, pedestrian hybrid beacon. The motion to consider the adoption of the resolution, and the substance follows. City Manager.
Yes, this is a Florida Department of Transportation in coordination with the cities advancing the installation of a pedestrian hybrid beacon at the southeast corner of Taylor Avenue and North Atlantic Avenue to enhance pedestrian safety and improve crossing accessibility at this intersection. To accomplish the installation of the safety infrastructure, FDOT will need the city to sign a perpetual easement agreement, attachment 2, for a small portion of property just west of the racquetball courts. And I defer to the attorney on any questions about the resolution.
All right, this is the resolution explained by our City Manager. Any other comments, City Attorney, before asking the council for questions?
No additional comment at this point.
Any questions on the resolution, council? I don't have any public comments on this. Any discussion? Looking for a motion.
Make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-05, pedestrian hybrid beacon installation.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, 9.3, Resolution 2026-05 passes 5-0. Now moving on to item 9.4, titled North Atlantic Drainage Improvements. This is a motion to approve the proposal from Bowman Consulting in the amount of $68,155 for the design of North Atlantic Avenue Drainage Improvement Project and authorize the city manager to execute the same. City manager?
I'll defer to Tim Carlisle, Capital Projects Director, on this project.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. As you guys know, we have been dealing with numerous issues with the canal. Historically, I believe it's a combination of impervious area along with rising water levels that's brought the canal to where it is today. However, during the reconstruction of North Atlantic Avenue, and I'm not sure what took place there, but there was lack of curbing and lack of stormwater drainage in that area of Cape Canaveral Mobile Estates and Mango Manor. And I know that there's many utilities on both the east and the west sides, which actually kept it from us putting any kind of underground stormwater system that we would normally do on a road project. However, we are unfortunately contributing to some of the watershed that's coming off that road down Cape Canaveral Mobile Estates. So to erect the situation, to fix the situation, we have hired Bowman Consultant, which is on our CCNA list, to do a study and design on that portion of the roadway, which will mostly consist of pitching the driveways a little bit more towards the road, instead of flat curbing, putting Miami curb in like we have through the rest of the city, and putting type F curb in, which is the higher curb in that area to direct stormwater mainly towards the central area where there's actually an underground stormwater system. Now, during our discussions, we wanted to make sure we didn't inundate that portion of the stormwater system. That's why we're having the study done also, a hydraulic study in that area. So with that being said, that's where we're at with that project.
That is some of the best news I've heard all day. I think this is a direct response and something this council can look to as a hope to fix a significant issue on that street. So thank you. Council, any questions for our city staff on the proposal? City manager or city attorney, any further comments on this one? Seems straightforward.
No, Mayor.
Okay. Well, we're ready.
I'm so happy this is happening for those folks. That those floods were something for them during that last go round. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda item number 9.4, North Atlantic Avenue Drainage Improvements.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion on the item? Hearing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion passes 5-0 on 9.4. We moved item 9.5 and voted that through in the consent agenda. 9.6 we voted to postpone. We moved 10.1 up, which is now the one we'll be taking up next. So we're going to jump to 10.1. Now I'm looking here, 9.8. Oh, we're going to get there. So, Mr. Kuhn, did you want to speak on 10.1? Or it just says 10, or was it 9.8 and you were rounding to 10? 10.1. 10.1? Okay. We're going to go ahead and just get an overview, and then once we're done with that, we'll make sure you're heard. Thank you. Right. This is titled Fund Balance Policy Ordinance 18-2012. Spoke about this during the workshop. City Manager.
Thank you, Council. So just to resume our conversation on this item. I think we left off where the council was considering a 2-year fund balance restoration plan, but had to address how this particular code words the timeline of implementing a 2-year restoration plan. And I think we had a consensus that the 2-year time frame would start now. And we've had some conversation about this ordinance offline, the attorney and Joey, the finance director. And I just would ask you and the council is, are you still, what your thoughts are on what you want to do with this?
Thank you. My understanding is the 2 years, we would adopt it with the budget, and we even debated including it in the budget, and we would have 2 years. It says to take action. I was trying to find it to restore it, but we could actually worry more about that timing as we get into the budget to see what's realistic, as opposed to starting the clock today. I think that today we were noticed as a council together, and a plan needs to be submitted, and over the course of the coming workshops, we will be working with you to develop that plan. And then the clock would start. We approve the budget. It would just run with the normal calendar. We'd approve a budget and a fund balance restoration plan. That was my understanding. If that's
so, perhaps you're going to move to discuss a 2-year fund restoration plan during the normal course of our budget workshop as outlined in this particular ordinance. Would that be a fair motion then?
I think we would adopt a budget and a plan.
Correct. Budget
together.
Yep.
And probably be prudent to have a first reading, or maybe that's not necessarily, incorporate that and maybe we separate it out. But yes, I think so. Well, okay, so the ordinance, do we have a proposed ordinance here in front of us?
No,
okay,
that will come at a later time. It sounds like you're going to
correct,
proceed in the spirit and intent of the existing ordinance as you move toward a fund balance restoration plan, and that would be the 2-year period until such time as you determine ultimately what your plan is. But you're basically going to honor or be, act in keeping with this ordinance.
Yeah, I think it would be, we're going to adopt this budget with these revenues, these expenditures, and this budget would have to support the plan to restore. And we know that it's going to probably impact next year's budget too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the way I understood it, is we aren't just going to pass a budget, we're going to pass a budget that has an accompanying 2-year restoration plan.
That's my understanding. So
That
put that in the form of a motion and we'll get on to the next item.
okay? Yeah, I think it would be appropriate.
I move that we adopt a plan for a 2-year restoration in tandem with adopting a budget for fiscal year '27.
Beautiful.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember King and a second by Councilmember Willis. Before going any further, it is hitting me, and appropriately, we do have a public comment card on that. That is the motion on the table. Mr. Kuhn, we'd love to hear your comments on the item. I do apologize.
I'll withdraw my comment.
You withdraw?
I'll withdraw.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
It sounds like you're meeting the intent of you're meeting the intent, not changing.
Doing our best. Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to speak on the item? We'll be talking about this more, so we hope if there is anything you want to talk about, we'll be here. Any further discussion, council, on the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay. Item 10.1, which we moved up in the agenda, as stated in the motion on the reserve fund fund restoration plan was adopted 5-0, and now we are moving, seems backwards, but 9.7, we are now into our public hearing items. This is resolution number 2026-09, which is a proposed millage rate adoption for fiscal year 26-27. This has been on the agenda. We've scheduled it. We had some discussions about, due to the nature of what we would be voting on, we could have the option to adopt it tonight, but we did schedule a meeting that was ahead of the next deadline, which is what our city staff ultimately needs for, is it August 4th or 5th?
August 3rd.
The meeting's on the 3rd and the
The
deadline
4th is the deadline.
on the 4th.
Yes.
We could move tonight, and they would obviously have enough time before the deadline, but my understanding is even if we do not, we do have a reserved date on that August 3rd, which would be enough time to submit the documents to the property appraisers. So, city manager, being this is a public hearing item and a resolution, if I was just kind of giving a recap of what we discussed at the workshop, we talked about this quite a bit and we received the presentation. If there's anything else you'd like to add or discuss?
No, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're going to defer adopting any millage until a future workshop.
I mean, any council member could make a motion if they wanted to. I would like some more time before, and I think we kept it open.
I think you have plenty of time to do
postpone
that. It would be prudent to discuss all of your options before you set anything.
And that workshop, which we had today, was in the middle of the day, and Councilmember Shoryak and the whole council, I think, supported. This next workshop will be in the evening, and so our goal is to get as much citizen engagement between now and then, and folks to attend that workshop so that we can make a decision with the community. And yeah, that's correct. I would agree with the city manager. I think we will defer, but is there any council member that wants to take action on this tonight?
No. No.
Okay.
I've seen the
We
light.
can discuss it. Is there any discussions or any afterthoughts? We talked about it at length, but
I'm worried about the fact that we're having this meeting, the next one, on the 3rd. The millage rate is due, the proposed millage rate is due on the very next day. And we spent 4 hours today just coming to this conclusion. So I'm a little concerned about actually taking a look at the budget and what direction we want to go, because there could be a situation where we're doing, some cutting as well as looking at the millage rate and that sort of thing. And I'm worried we're cutting it really too close.
it's going to be tough. But as Councilmember King said, I mean, while it is a proposed rate, it is not.
Right.
It is something that we have the ability to go down. I've never liked that or loved that as a reason. I always want to try to get it as close to what you actually think. But I think we would absolutely, if we are a lot of residents show up, you're right, at 5. I mean, there's a point where we're going to need potentially an hour or two, if not more, to work through it, and we'll have to make a decision. I mean, that's just the reality of what we do. Do you have a suggestion on how to overcome it? I think we received a lot of info today, too, in the workshop that we're going to have a chance to process.
Right, and I understand that, but and luckily, staff has made a bunch of cuts already. But I think that, even when you go above 10%, you have to do, with the new state law, you have to do a budget cutting exercise. So under the circumstances, I think it would be wise for us to make sure we have the time to look at the actual budget and talk about what's important and how we might be able to do things better. And just doing it the day before the proposed is due, we just need to be aware that whatever we're sending in is more than likely going to change. You know, it's either that or having a budget meeting to look at the actual budget itself prior to that budget meeting that is to set the proposed millage rate.
I agree, and I understand that concern. City Manager?
I was going to suggest, unless you want to have another meeting to discuss the budget in more detail, I'm open to meeting with all of you one-on-one if you like, and we can have finance staff be there as well, like we did in advance of this meeting, so that we can go over your concerns and budget cuts. I know you need time to make a decision on the dais, but we're happy to meet with you outside of the chambers if you like.
I think that's imperative. We set that at 5 p.m. for the public. Another idea would be we meet an hour or two earlier, and then, you know, we're coming together to talk. Hope if we had our one-on-ones, we actually get to talk to each other through it, which is really the helpful. And then the workshop, open invite, the public could come in if we came in an hour or two earlier. Just an idea.
I thought we had set dates.
We did, and
Yeah.
we're saying, I think Councilmember Jackson's concern was the 3 hours tonight that we, you know, wanted to potentially work through those items. I mean, it was a lot of information that we had to receive. We haven't had a chance. The wall is high to cross over, and so we're coming in at 5 p.m. on the 3rd. And if there is a lot of public comment, that could be hour, 2 hours of public comment. And will we get it done? Would we have to call an emergency meeting the next day? We don't want to have to do that. So the suggestion was keep the date we set on the 3rd at 5. Encourage residents to come in at that time. But we could come in an hour or two earlier, public meeting. But that is for us to get to business and to really talk through it. Yes, City Attorney?
Point of order.
Okay, we're going to need thank you, City Attorney, a motion to extend.
Make a motion to extend to 10:30.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King to extend to 10:30 p.m. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoriak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 to extend to 10:30 p.m. I think we keep the date. I think we take our city manager up on the advice. Absolutely, we can process this information, work with Lisa to get on the schedule and the team, have our one-on-ones. We come in at a time earlier, say it's 3:30, 3, 4. We've had our one-on-ones. We can now go, all right, so what are we thinking? Let's talk together. And then the people, they can come at that point, but we're going to really open it up to the public at 5, give them a chance, and then we won't vote until after that.
So regardless what the public says, we're going to take a vote.
It's basically like just a different format. We're going to put public comment in the middle.
All right.
But we're not going to vote until we hear public comment.
Yeah.
But to work through it, I mean, one way to look at it is we could do a 3 p.m. workshop with a special meeting that we have set at 5. We already got this, so we could just front load it with a workshop, but it would need to be a working workshop.
And let me ask you this, Mr. Mayor. When we've done this before, we have looked at this literally line item by line item to determine what our spending is and where we want to cut. Are we wanting to look at it to that degree, or are we just going to trust what staff gives us? Because this took longer than that as a process when we've done it that way before in the past.
Yes, it has.
And so if we're just going to take what they've given us and make a judgment that way, then we may not need to do this extra time. But we're talking about an hour or two extra, and that's not going to be enough time to go through the actual budget.
I can state this, and we really haven't done it. My feeling is we're going to have to make some major decisions, and it's not just revenue. There are things that are going to need to change, And I'm thinking more of a cash flow instead of setting a budget for the year. What do we need to do over 90 days? What do we need to do over 180 days? And I've got some things I want to talk with the city manager and the council and our staff about thinking about it a little bit differently. And I do think that's going to take some time. I think city staff has said they've got it as far as they can at this point. They're doing cash preservation, thankfully, to get us through this existing budget. If everything goes our way, we'll end up hopefully in a better spot than had we executed on the budget we adopted. But if I had to say what city staff I think is proposing, what's in my head is very different in many respects, and that's not any disagreement. I have some different thoughts that would probably take a minimum of 45 minutes to an hour, realistically talking through it. But I wouldn't call it complex. It would just be
and that's fine.
It would take some time.
Yeah, and that's all my concern was, because we've got 5 of us up here that need to agree on our direction and give direction to the city manager with a deadline for that on that 4. I mean, and I'll come in here and keep my mouth closed and listen.
Well, we don't have to have that level of detail for the proposed millage rate. We did those in the past after that. I do think we need to accept, that we'll meet the deadline for the proposed if we do a good job of our communication on that. And then we're going to do the best we can. I think that's when we're going to dig in a little bit deeper, and that's where the most of the time is going to be needed. And that's usually historically when we spin it. We just didn't have this tension on the proposed.
Right.
So I get it, and I don't disagree. We got a 5. I mean, that's 5 hours till 10 p.m.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, if we're going to do it that way, that's different than we've done it before. So it doesn't matter if we start earlier, because the proposed rate will change.
Yep.
So, I mean, literally, if we're going to do that, we could propose it tonight, because it will change.
Yeah, I'd like to have some citizen feedback before we go out with the proposed. But technically, you're right. I mean, there's a chance it wouldn't change. We know what it would require for it to not change. And I think we go in with a little bit more info. This will give us an opportunity. We do need to maintain that thought, though, that this is our goal, is that we want to do our best, right? And we don't want to come in high. I think we could all agree on that. And so, do we want to keep it at 5? I think we'll have enough time. And I think we'll be able to utilize that time, as our city manager said, throughout the day leading up to it. So, and if we do a good job of communicating what we're doing, I think that'll help keep the peace a little. Okay. This is item 9.7. Is there any comments on this one? I don't have any. Anyone from the public want to weigh in? Put on the record, I think we did a roll call vote on scheduling the 9/3 meeting earlier at 5 p.m. or do we need to do that? I can't recall.
On the screen, I think. Let's see, 9/3.
Yeah.
We did.
You did.
5:30.
You're
yeah.
committed to 8/3. That's 6 p.m.
8/3.
Yeah.
8/3.
It's on the screen.
I'm sorry.
It's 6 p.m.
August 3rd, 6 p.m.
It's on the screen, yes.
And we voted on that in the workshop? That's sad, I have to ask.
We did.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a while ago. Is there any further discussion? I don't think we need to make a motion here. We just move on to the next item. City Attorney, is that right? Take no action and we'll go to the next one? Okay. Council, any opposed to moving on? Let's do it. So now we're at item 9.8. I do have a card on this. Just checking in. Do you intend to speak? We'll call you up in just a second. Thank you. This is 9.8, first reading and hearing ordinance of synthetic turf permits. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item came to our attention during the site plan review, and we're going to have Zach Eichholz come up and address it directly with you.
Thank you, Zach.
Sounds like a hurricane if it's pointed the wrong way. Okay. Just get my... Okay, council. So this is ordinance number 04-2026. This is an interesting one. So ordinance number 04-2026, which is being read for the first time tonight, establishes local regulations to provide for local review of synthetic turf installations on single-family residential properties 1 acre or less in size for limited purposes of ensuring compliance with applicable Florida Department of Environmental Protection regulations. The Planning and Zoning Board met on July 1st and unanimously recommended approval, or that council approve ordinance number 04-2026. And just for some more background on this, Florida Statute 125.522 regulation of synthetic turf became effective on July 1st, 2025, and it actually prohibits local governments from unfortunately adopting or enforcing any ordinances or policies that prohibit certain property owners from installing synthetic turf when that synthetic turf otherwise complies with applicable Florida Department of Environmental Protection regulations. In that case, that is FDEP Rule 62-304, establish and authorize the statewide standards for installing synthetic turf on single-family residential properties of 1 acre or less. So, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of citizens of the city, a permit will now be required to install synthetic turf on single-family residence of 1 acre or less. The purpose of the permit is to ensure that the proposed synthetic turf meets the minimum standards set by the FDEP to allow us some level of protections. With that, I could take any further questions, or if city attorney wants to add anything.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. I think the city attorney, being this is ordinance 04-2026, is this something you need to read verbatim?
Not verbatim, but I'd love to read it in by title only.
Okay.
Try to shorten the meeting. Okay, this is an ordinance of the city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Chapter 102 Vegetation, Article 1 in general of the City Code to create a new Section 102-1 establishing local review requirements for the installation of synthetic turf on single-family residential property 1 acre or less in size in accordance with the minimum standards adopted by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection pursuant to Section 125.572 Florida statutes, providing for the conflict, severability, codification, and effective date. Again, this is first reading, also a public hearing item. One additional point that is worth noting, the synthetic turf requirements that were established for the single-family properties was established by the Department of Environmental Protection at the direction of the Florida legislature. This ordinance is not establishing any new requirement on synthetic turf. It doesn't conflict with the FDEP rules. So the only intent and purpose of all this is to provide a review mechanism for the city to be able to enforce those rules to the extent necessary, and to educate the public regarding the rules that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has adopted. So it doesn't establish any new synthetic turf substantive rule requirement at the city level. It's a state requirement, and we're not changing that at all.
A question? So does this mean that if somebody wanted to install synthetic turf on their property, they need to pull a permit for that?
If it's a single family under 1 acre, yes.
Okay. What are the dangers inherent in synthetic turf that would require monitoring?
Sure. So synthetic turf can be good or bad. It's really, we want to make sure it's installed properly so that it can still allow for drainage through it. You sometimes can do it on property where, you'll actually install a concrete slab and then they'll put artificial turf on top. That's not really helping anyway in terms of stormwater mitigation. So making sure things like that are done. The color, the materials as laid out by the FDEP rules, things like no heavy metals or intentionally added like PFAS, like forever chemicals, which are really bad for human health. Just making sure the subgrade's okay, and things like that. There's a whole list of requirements like the city attorney laid out that FDEP has that we'd be basically fact checking to make sure they're complying with FDEP rules before they put it in.
So it's a public health, a public safety issue.
Oh yeah, public health, stormwater controls, just making sure the aesthetic, we don't want synthetic turf that's purple. I don't know why you do that, but making sure things are green and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers your question.
It does, it does. And it gives me some ammunition for when I'm asked about it.
Sure.
Because I will be, I'm sure.
We did develop a cheat sheet. I don't think it was able to be, our city engineer developed a cheat sheet. I have to give credit to Rich Davis. He helped bring this item through.
Okay.
We can make the cheat sheet available to council that he put together.
Is it, that would be great.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Council, this is a public hearing item. Thank you, Director Eichholz and our city attorney here for helping us understand it and read the title. Are there any technical questions further beyond what Councilmember King has asked before going to the public? Great question. All right, public hearing item. Mr. Kuhn, I think time has arrived. This public hearing item, we'd love to hear you.
All right, Dan Kuhn, 226 Polk Avenue. I'm glad to see some regulation here. Pretty trashy looking turf around the neighborhood. And definitely health concerns with all the plastic. I intend to install some myself at our residence because it, when installed properly, looks very nice and it's a great aesthetic. I'm concerned here that this is single-family residence and the majority of our property is zoned R2. What's the extent of application and what's the motivation there?
Mr. Kuhn, happy to be in the public hearing item. R2?
That's something I need to defer to the city attorney.
I think we have single family in R2.
We may.
We do. Quite a bit of it. But it doesn't mean you don't have a good point. I'm thinking, what would not to jump in, but would I live in a townhome in R3.
Or duplex.
I think that's considered a single family home.
Right? What about duplexes, triplexes?
There's a bunch of duplexes. They can do whatever they want.
The property appraiser calls mine a duplex. I think the city calls it a townhome, but it's, a single family home.
Yeah, why single out just single family? I don't get the
That's the
logic in that.
Yeah, that's the Florida legislature's directive to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection was to create this standard for properties that are zoned or used for single-family residential.
Maybe, do they have a definition for single family that maybe would include all? Is it more vague, general?
We
So
could look into that.
multifamily would not, to Mr. Kuhn's point?
I don't think the rule defines single-family.
Okay.
It's not unlike them to be nebulous.
We're going to have 2 readings of this.
Yeah.
And I didn't mean to chime in. I think we're looking into it as you speak and going to try to get our arms around it, and that's why we have 2 readings. You have the floor, sir. Is there anything else, or was?
Oh, no, that was my point. Wanted to know
Okay.
why single family was
Miss-
being called out.
Mr. Coons, you have a duplex, right?
No, single family.
It's a single family on Polk.
Yeah,
Polk
so
Avenue.
it would apply to me, but not my neighbor.
Okay.
Mr. Kuhn, are you building the new construction right here?
Yes, sir.
I think we've all been watching that as
a
we
while.
come here and work. You're doing a great job.
It's been
It's
a
a
while,
really
yeah.
cool architecture in the south
Yeah.
facing roof. And
All right, just want to make that
hey,
point.
thank you.
Council, we could find more clarification for that, and
Yeah.
upon the second reading, we can make sure those answers are clarified. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Florida legislator did something like that.
That's just not defined.
Yeah.
Well, do you think that one thing I would look at is, did they define it in the building code? Because when you're dealing with permits, that's dealing with building code, and there is a definition in the building code. And that is that single-family home is defined as a residential dwelling unit that is not more than 3 stories in height, has a separate means of egress and is not part of a multi-family structure. So if we could just verify if that's what it meant.
Sure.
That would be every duplex, every thing, but that means I would live in single family under that. I agree.
And it seems somewhat discriminatory to me.
Well, the intent of the state legislation was to preempt municipal and county home rule.
Yes.
So the city cannot adopt an ordinance that prohibits the use of synthetic turf on single-family properties, either zoned or used as single-family. So it's a preemption. And as part of the preemption kicked in under the legislature's, the law, when FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, promulgated and adopted the synthetic turf rules consistent with the statute. And that occurred a couple of months ago. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection adopted the rule, which immediately kicked in the preemption, taking away municipal home rule and county home rule to regulate synthetic turf on properties zoned or used for single-family residential. But they have a whole bunch of rules. In order to get the preemption, you have to install the synthetic turf in accordance with the rule. And the enforcement, of course, falls upon the local jurisdiction. For example, you can't install synthetic turf within stormwater areas, right? You can see the importance of that, right? You wouldn't want to negatively impact the stormwater system. So the city's in the unenviable position now to actually have to look at it and make sure it's installed with the right materials, with the, in the right places. Otherwise, nobody would be enforcing it, frankly.
Yeah.
We haven't closed public comment, and that's a good thing. I know we're just talking through it here. I got another card, Mr. Keith Capizzi. As a property owner, how are you representing yourself today, sir?
So I do, yeah, I own, like I said, I own 6 properties. None that are single family where I could put turf. They're all condos, but that's not to say that I wouldn't buy something in the future and want to put turf in. I personally, I don't have it at my personal house. I don't anticipate ever wanting it, but at the same time, I don't want the government to tell me what I can and what I can't do on my property. I think artificial turf is relatively harmless, and I think the majority of people aren't really interested in messing with it. So I feel like there's a little bit of government overreach to try to tell somebody what they can do on their property when we're talking about the likelihood of them concreting their whole yard and putting turf over it is not financially feasible. If they're going to do it, they're going to probably put crushed aggregate or something and then go over it, which could mess with some drainage. But I think it's such a small demographic of people that are actually going to be using it that it's just a non-issue to try to make more rules when I'm in favor of less is more when it comes to government, in my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on the item? Ordinance 2026, synthetic turf. Very interesting way we got here, but
Mr. Mayor, it makes one wonder, don't they have more important things to be doing in Tallahassee? It's just, they reach down into the minute and just aggravate people. I agree with you. Less government is best. Anyway, my 2 cents.
I think about someone who paved their whole lot and got rid of the minimum green space, and then to cover up, they ran green down to say, yeah.
It's very expensive.
But I agree. Yeah. I'm just thinking through the city. There's that one on Jackson and Ridgewood. It's such a little. It's like a little corner piece. It's very small, and so once we get into this more, I think I'll notice it now and think through it Obviously, if we have to do something, we'll, I think, try to make it as, especially if they're going to mandate our staff's time
Mayor?
to work on it. Yes.
Our engineer's not here tonight. He's out of town, but perhaps prior, at the next meeting, he can weigh
Yeah.
in on the issue as well. I think it's important to hear his opinion before you
I
decide.
agree. I agree.
I think this came about too, because like you said, there isn't all that much, but we have noticed more starting to be installed in the community as a means of, I could see, I understand, you don't have to irrigate it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not really any maintenance as opposed to actual sod. So we have started to see a little bit more. So this comes at, I guess, a good time to do a house cleaning, just to make sure everybody's crossing their I's and dotting their T's. I said that backwards. But I was just making sure you're still awake.
I heard
But
it
thank you.
perfectly.
But that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I get it. As a absent landlord owner, out of state, short-term rental, you got that little strip on the side you've been dealing with, just turf it. There's times where it might make sense. Either way, look forward to hearing from our city engineer. So I think that's great, and thank you again.
And this is a requirement for the state for us to monitor this. Okay, and see, if I was looking at what state laws am I following or not, I'd be telling them to pound sand on SB 180.
Pound turf.
Okay? That I would pick a good one to not follow, all right? So, but Mayor Capizzi has a point, because we're getting to have so many laws, there's absolutely no way to enforce them, and it's getting crazy in our world these days.
Will you lock arms with us in Cocoa Beach if we tell them? Okay. We love our neighbors. All right. If there's not anything else, Council, I do think there would be a benefit to get through this first reading with a vote that does not represent anything of finality. So what do we want to do? I guess we could vote against it, and it wouldn't come back for second reading, would it? And I want to hear from Rich, so I don't want to do anything.
No, sir. You might, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Rich isn't here. He would add more color to it. There's an education component to this, and just
Yeah.
trying to make sure that the synthetic turf is, if it's used, it's installed properly.
So if
Go
we
figure.
vote against it, there's no second reading.
There is no second reading.
Okay.
And
I
then-
think we
then
should-
Rich might come back and say, would you consider it?
We
again?
want to push it to a second reading, so we wouldn't have to start it all over again. Councilmember Shoryak, you look like you don't want to do that.
More needless regulation.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Well, I think,
You could vote for a first reading and deny on the second.
that's what I'm thinking is it's worth talking through it a little bit more, and then we'll know we made the right choice. Because if we learn something and then like, oh, then we got to advertise it for 2 more readings. We at least get one of the 2 readings done, and it'll be final. So,
And Rich does have extensive background, given he deals with this a lot in his day-to-day, so he'd love to talk to you, I know that.
if you want to keep your voting record pristine, Councilmember Shoryak, I think we can get a majority here that'll get it through, and you can vote against. Do we want to try to go to second reading with the concerns? Let's make a motion.
I move that we go to a second reading on ordinance number 04-2026 relative to synthetic turf permitting. Does that make sense?
It does.
All
It's a
right.
tough second, though.
I'm listening.
Looking for a second.
Second.
Oh, there you go.
Got a motion by Councilmember King, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion on the ordinance on first reading? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
Against.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, ordinance 04-2026 passes on first reading 4-1. We are now moving on to
And point of order, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay,
I'll
and we got one more public hearing item. We got 3 minutes before, to Mayor Pro Tem's point. I think this is the last ordinance. Yeah, let's go ahead and extend, and then I think we should knock that one out. Let's extend, though, for sure.
Make a motion to extend to 10:45.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King. Any further discussion? City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shariak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. Motion to extend. Was it 10:45? Okay. To 10:45, past 5:0. We are now on item 9.9, which is the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 03-2026, titled Repeal of the Community Appearance Board. City Attorney? Ordinance.
Okay, ordinance, second and final reading, ordinance number 03-2026, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, abolishing the Community Appearance Board, reassigning the Community Appearance Review process to be performed concurrent with the site plan or building permit process as applicable, adopting conforming amendments, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. So this ordinance was passed by the council first reading at your last meeting, and then we were a little bit out of sequence, our normal sequence. It went to the Planning and Zoning Board for review and recommendation. Planning and Zoning Board looked upon the ordinance favorably and recommended approval, but the board also made one small revision to the ordinance that, in their opinion, they felt that when the regular site plan is required to be processed and for a development that the elevation and aesthetic review occur concurrent with site plan review, and the previous version for first reading gave the applicant the ability to have the option of having it done concurrently with site plan review or not. There was an incentive to do it concurrently. There would be no fee. The P&Z board felt that that aesthetic review in all cases should run concurrent with the site plan process. So that change was made to this version that's currently before you this evening.
Thank you, City Attorney. Council, any questions before we ask the public to comment? And we'll bring it back. This is a public hearing item. Ordinance 03-2026 is read by our City Attorney. Second and final reading to repeal of the Community Appearance Board. If you choose to speak on the item, please come forward. I don't have any cards. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation, close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Council, any discussion? If not, we can move.
I'll jump in. I move that ordinance number 03-2026, abolishing the Community Appearance Board, undergo its second reading and be completely abolished. Waiting for a second. Is it that hard?
Got a motion by Councilmember King, second by Councilmember Willis. The way that Councilmember King said that, it was way more intense than the way it's like, I think you spooked him.
I guess, I don't know.
No, it was great. Thank you so much for jumping in there. We've got discussion. Any discussion on the motion?
I would like to say something real, and I'll say it real quick since we're at this point of the night. I have a couple of concerns with the way that we're handling this with it coming to council. Simply because we're doing a job that we're not accustomed to doing, and just like we had tonight, where we have someone come in where, you know, the height was 45 feet, but because we've allowed it before in that zone, you know, 65 is allowed, and then the parapet wall was allowed to 69. I think I would love to see us have some way of identifying during that initial site, you know, plan, conceptual site plan, where we identify anything that could be not compliant with our code. What we see with Mr. Bogger is that he comes in and he will take the most restrictive city code and follow that. That's his pattern that he's used before in the past. But as we deal with different developers, they're going to try to do what works well for them. And we are all new at this and need to be really on top of, are there variances in that very first thing, how it might impact us, and maybe we need language to that, or at least training on it of some sort. That's all I have to say.
The one thing I noticed is the time. I mean, those two were as a full P&Z board meeting tonight, and we put it with the council member, and so.
But isn't that what we wanted?
It is.
Yes,
I think we're just feeling it.
And we may have to literally put those meetings on a different night.
Yeah.
Where we have the time to devote for them and not have our normal agenda items in there, just because of the fact that it is going to be, and boy, Councilmember King, who's been on P&Z, knows, now we're seeing, because this is the first time that we've been involved in the process.
Yeah.
So there may need to be just a couple little modifications we make is in regards to the community appearance board and the adjustment board, because we've abolished both of those.
And really understanding that P&Z board as they still work through it and make recommendations.
And that was discussed at the planning and zoning board meeting, because essentially you're replacing the public process, right? And you're putting it before the planning and zoning board, right? And then before the city council. You're still getting the public process and review, but it's as the council directed well over a year ago, we are substantially streamlined the city code and development permit process, exactly what you wanted. And you are feeling it for the first time tonight on some major changes that you made to make the process more streamlined. But these issues all get worked out too at the planning and zoning board level before before they make a recommendation. Sometimes it takes a little bit more time depending on the project, like how long the review are. You may get some projects that it take you 5 minutes to look at it and approve. Some take longer, and you may need to, maybe in some cases, if it's a big project, have an additional meeting on that off night.
Right. On an as-need basis.
On an as-needed basis.
Well, I can tell you, the land use city staff, our community, that train of thinking, and then jumping into finance, that's a different train of thinking. That'll cause natural fatigue. I mean, so if you had to group them by category, community appearance and land use decisions, and we try. I mean, we did. I think the agenda is as good as we possibly could, respecting that. But I hear you. I think. I mean, do you still want to move forward, or is there something within this ordinance that you're trying to address?
I believe we need to move forward. I agree with the principle, but I think as we look at how we handle it as a council, we may want to direct our city manager that if we have two of these big projects come before us, that we see them on their own in a meeting, so that we can devote the time we need to that and still conduct our business we need to conduct later.
That's a good idea. That makes
We'll get
sense.
better.
That makes sense. So we've got a motion and a second.
We do. Any further discussion?
That was all I had.
Don't want to rush you. Is that it?
Yes,
For
sir.
you? Thank you. Good comments. Seeing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorriak.
4.
And Councilmember forgotten Willis. Sorry.
4.
Thank you.
Willis.
Item
Davis
9.9,
Willis.
Ordinance 03-2026 passes 5-0 on second and final reading. That ends our public hearing items, which now brings us to 10.1, which we moved up. We've already taken that item up, and we have 4 more items remaining, 10.2 through 5. The first one is the public EV charging station revamp project proposal. Just making you aware, it's 10:38. I'm going to step out, welcome any other council member, but I think we keep the meeting going. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm passing the gavel at this time. City Manager, item 10.2.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several EV charging stations, and this is a project that we assigned Zach Eichholz to look into to determine how we can manage these better and generate more revenue. So, Zach, take it away.
Thanks, City Manager. So also thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Jackson for helping to initiate this item. I really appreciate it. As you know, we're looking to cut costs while generating revenues. And to put it bluntly, we're not doing that right now with the current way the charging station program is set up. And that's not good. So we were tasked with basically finding a way in which we could either significantly reduce expenditures while raising revenues or put expenditures at 0 and only generate revenue, which would be great. And we went through several companies to try and do this. It seems the market has shifted more towards companies that come in and they will go to a municipality, and the municipality will act as a host site for their stations, while they can just recruit reimbursement through the electricity cost that's dispensed for the charging stations, or get a percentage of the revenues and just be done with it. And they just live there, and the city doesn't really do anything. So we identified a company that could do that out of 5 that we looked at, and funny enough, it is the company that we currently have. Shortly after we installed them, they shifted over to a model that became available to be called a Charge as a Service, or CAS. And I'm glad that we've made it to this item, because NovaCharge's CEO is here and has waited to explain this program to you this whole time. So I'd be happy to turn it over to him. But just as at a high level, what this would basically entail is that every charging station that we currently have would be returned over to the original installer, NovaCharge, and a fixed pricing rate would be set at 0.35 cents per kilowatt hour, plus a $20 per hour idle fee once charging is complete after a 30-minute grace period. And the city, as a host site, would be fully reimbursed for the power used, and additionally receive 10% of all revenues generated. So it would therefore become a net positive revenue stream. It wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of dollars every month, but it would be something. And it would eliminate a $6,000 networking cost from our budget each year, which is great.
That was one question I had for you.
Yes.
So that $5,400 for the AI network monitoring fee, that goes away? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. So I'll turn it over now to NovaCharge's CEO, Oscar Rodriguez. NovaCharge is based locally in Orlando. They've always been actually really responsive to our needs. I will say, though, as a point that the council will need to decide, is 2 of the stations are currently out of operation at City Hall due to something that happened with a power surge. And unfortunately, they're not working. 1 station still is. Now, as I understand it, and Oscar could clarify this, but we would have to pay for the repair of those, since it happened while they were still under our ownership, which would be about $8,000. If council doesn't want to do that, we could just forego those charging stations and keep the ones that we already have and just go towards this model. Or we could repair them on our dime and then just forego them and let them be, and then start recuperating more reimbursement back just with more stations. So that'll be up to you. I just wanted to make that point of clarification. But Oscar, take it away.
Oscar, I am so sorry. Thank you for your patience with us. Can we extend the time just by all in favor? I mean, is that, or do we need a roll call? Well, whatever the council wants to extend it to, but just the time of doing a roll call. It's a lot faster to.
I want to say 11:10, because we've got to give him time if we're going to do this.
Yeah, I didn't want to put you in a situation. We got 2 minutes now, and you'll be in the middle of speaking, and we'll have a point of order. Can I take consensus by saying all in favor, City Attorney? Any opposed? It's okay.
I would take the roll at this
I
point
will.
because I'd have to check the code to see.
That's okay. That would be good to know in the future. Council, let's do that so we can be respectful of Oscar's time.
Make a motion to extend to 11:10.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember King to extend till 11:10 p.m. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Oscar, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you very much, and staff. So first of all, let me say that you are our customer, and we value that very highly. We've had a great relationship. I think our entire team thinks Zach is the best guy in the world. We love working with Zach, and the team here has been just phenomenal. I understand where you are. We do a lot of business with municipalities and government entities, not just in Florida, but around the country, and everyone's looking for a way to kind of tighten the belts and stick to the core, and we understand that. We as a company have evolved, as Zach said. We've evolved from being a creator of technology to realizing that the market has shifted, and so therefore we're offering our know-how effectively to run the stations on your behalf so that you don't have to worry about the vending machine, if you will, right? So, and like all vending machines, every once in a while need maintenance, and every once in a while they need to have a little bit of care and maybe even some adjustment as to stay attuned to the marketplace. So if I came here armed with some data. I'd like to share some data with you because I think it's important to understand where you make money and where your costs go away. So your costs will go away, right? And Zach, I know with all due respect to Audrey on my team, we could probably do better than the $8,000. So we'll do better than that, right? But what I really want to say is that you have a growing EV charging community here. And what's interesting about it is because you've taken the step, a very bold step, by the way, to differentiate between residents and non-residents. So those folks that are signed up to be residents as a part of your program, all they simply do is they submit the email address that they've used to log into our app, right? So their login. We identify them as residents, and they get charged a different rate because they're part of your community. Only 8% of the charges are from residents. That means you have a lot of visitors here, by the way, including myself and my family, which come here to Cape Canaveral, and we typically park at one of the presidential streets, right, the avenues that you have, and go to the beach here. And so I've used it. I know people that have used it, and there are a lot of folks that pass by. What that means to you is this, right, is that you dispense, at City Hall alone, 11 megawatts in 2025. And year to date, you're already at 13 megawatts, right? Just City Hall alone. And if we look at, interestingly enough, the community center that has only 2 charging stations, it's neck and neck with City Hall, which means that if I were making a vending machine decision, I would say, if you have the parking spaces, because sometimes you don't, and you have the power, because sometimes you don't, you could enhance that site and maybe move some stations around, right? And put the Coke machines in the places where the thirsty people are, so to speak, right? And so there's a way to make more money. There's also a way to make more money here with raising the price a bit, not a lot, But also remember, if you differentiate your residents, right, from the visitors often will pay market, because if they go down the street, they're going to pay market anyway at another charging station. So you might want to consider these types of things. And these are the things that we would suggest, right? As if we took them over, we would say, we want to maximize your revenue. And by the way, we maximize our profits as well. So we have a vested interest in you're kind of on the same team here. And our goal is to make sure that we keep costs low by making sure the stations are running to the top condition. We run AI software that runs in the background all the time. I think some of your team is definitely well acquainted with this. And that allows us to have our costs low, which means that we can then have more profits to share with you, right? And that's our goal in all of this. So our model is a little bit different than some of our competitors. Our competitors will often, unfortunately, be able to claim, yes, you'll get X amount of revenue. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it will grow. And right now, you're on a growth curve from last year to the first half of this year of 23.5% growth, right? So the revenue has grown that much. So it will continue to grow. The one thing I would also recommend is that collectively, maybe we stay open to putting some more stations around town. We'll also be going, by the way, to the property owners and asking property owners, maybe this gentleman back there, if they would like to host stations, because if they do, then that gives more density and it gives more people, especially the residents, places to charge, but the visitors, reasons to stay and actually spend more money in your town. So we have a casino here in Florida that we do business with, and what they've realized is that while everybody's chasing fast charging, they love slow charging because, as they like to say, you stay and play longer if you have slow charging, right? And so there's more entertainment that can be served up to those visitors that are coming in if they have to linger just a little bit more for their battery to be at the right level to get back to Orlando, Tampa, or wherever they're going, right? So EV charging can actually be useful, right, in terms of creating revenue. And we have a lot of those strategies, right? And the one thing I can commit to you is that we're not going to implement a strategy you wouldn't agree with, right? And so I think if you delegate to your staff to make sure that they bring common sense to the table, we'll also bring common sense to the table as well, because we want people to be happy charging and fueling and want to keep coming back. And the only way they do that is if they're happy. So let me stop there, because I know I'm throwing a lot at you. And I want you to understand that we know where you are. We want to help you with your problem, eliminate costs, still generate revenue, maybe not as much as you would have generated if you owned the vending machine. I understand, but it's costless at this point, right, for you.
Thank you, Oscar.
Sure.
I was trying to get to the... All right, Council. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, Oscar.
Hi.
Okay, so I've been in big tech, so I can relate to all of this. And I was one of the ones that wanted to look at this as a service versus owning the equipment.
Yeah.
And so typically on this contract, how long would it be, and would there be any cancellation clauses that allow us to get out of it if our projections aren't what we thought they would be?
Yeah, so there are clauses to get out of it. We can certainly adjust the clauses. We're open to doing that. Some folks care about performance, other folks care about quality, and so there are different ways to kind of look at out clauses, if you will. The very typical thing that we do is, or the typical program we have is anywhere from 5 to 10 years, right? So, and it can be structured with an automatic renewal or an automatic 1-year renewal. However, whatever we mutually agree to is fine, right?
Okay.
So my belief is that if we don't provide a good service, you should kick us out. I mean, I think that's true for any vendor, right?
And
yeah.
That's good, because that shows you're confident with your product. Now, on some of the terms and conditions, like the host agrees to sign over the title to the installed EV charges to Nova Charge.
Yeah.
Literally, we paid for, the first generation of equipment,
Yep.
then we paid another $115,000 for an upgrade. Now, I know the price isn't much, but can't we get some kind of equipment trade-in? Because that's going for $400 to $800 for each charger based on features and that kind of thing. I hate just signing over something that we literally put all of this money in to you, to where you all own it without any kind of equipment credit.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I would feel the same way. So because I'm a little confused as to the first generation, second generation.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring to the original?
Yeah, we had
that we
the-
still have.
Well, we had the original and then we upgraded them.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Okay. And the first year we spent 120,000. What was it, Josh, that we spent?
111.
111. Then when we upgraded, how much did we spend on that?
That's the only upgrade that's ever been done.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
the first generation that you're referring to were free to use Clipper Creek stations.
Okay.
Which we do, to your point, still have the equipment for at the water treatment plant, because they were still good. We just,
Right.
they're just kind of lying around. So they're
So-
old Clipper Creek stations, Oscar. I think,
Creeks, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
But the ones that we have now, we paid 111,000 for them.
Yes.
And we haven't had them, I've been on council 3 years.
Yes.
So that we haven't had them that long,
Right.
really. And so as we look at, and we had 12 of those, but we have some that had a lightning problem. 2 of them had a lightning problem. And as we look at just turning over this taxpayer-funded equipment to you, when I have dealt with other equipment for networks and all of that,
Let me clarify. So the majority of the costs of the upgrade was really the infrastructure, if you will. Wire, breakers, things of that nature. And then there were chargers, because there are only 12 chargers here. So of the 12 chargers here, it's probably, I would say, about $25,000 worth of chargers, right? Of the 110,000. The rest is really infrastructure. And that is now, it's new, right? And it's in place and it's appropriately sized for what you need. So you could kick us out, put somebody else in, and that infrastructure is still good. It's your infrastructure. We're not asking for title of your infrastructure, because that belongs to you and it goes all the way back to your panel. What we're saying is the charger itself, and the reason we ask for title of that is because we want to have the right to change it out whenever we want to, especially when it gets to the point of being beyond the warranty period and it begins to fail or begins to have issues. We'll change it out, no cost to you, right? So you kind of are, if you will, you're in the 3rd year right now, if I got this right, Zach, 3rd year of a 4-year warranty. So now the charger has a reasonable useful life. I mean, I had a hand designing it, so I can say this with confidence. Useful life of about 7 years, right? Mean time between failure, which means that by year 6, you may get some of them that fall out, and then some may last to year 9, right? And so that's up to us to make sure that we replace it, because now the charging as a service means that thing is our responsibility, not yours. Okay, so you don't pay for that going forward. And so what you've already paid, that's your infrastructure, is kind of your sunk cost, right? But it's the sunk cost that's going to be there for a long time, because unless it gets hit by lightning, that stuff doesn't wear out. Does that answer your question? I want to be.
It answers my question in regards to the fact that the $111,000 that we spent, a good portion of that was for infrastructure. It was not for the charging.
Yeah, it's the installation and the infrastructure around that.
Okay, so, I mean, that would have been good to know, because truly, that's labor, that's, and things that are not recoupable. If we had a situation where these don't pan out, that infrastructure is not helping me in the parking lot anymore. If we said, no, we're not doing chargers. And we're turning over all the equipment that we spent $111,000 for over to you guys for nothing, with no equipment credits whatsoever. So So
Yes.
that's just like not normal for me, because normally when I deal with networks, equipment, you have the network, the infrastructure, the labor and all that priced separately, and then whatever your servers are or your equipment that you're providing, and then that way you know what you have. And so I mean,
So for clarity, they were priced separately. If you look at the original quote, there are line items in there, and the line items say this is how much for installation. And we describe in detail what the installation is. We do this with all customers. All customers have similar questions. And then there's line items for the equipment, right? And that installation, so using your example, right? I'm a telecom and data center guy as well, right? If you build a data center, right, and you want to house some equipment in there, and then you say, hey, I want to get out of the computing business, you still have a data center, right? And that data center has value, right? Even if you want to remove all the equipment out of it, the data center itself has value. Consider the infrastructure as like that data center. You put something in place that has lasting value, right? Now, you could use it for something else. You could, I don't know, put flock cameras at the end of it, and you have power for flock cameras if you want to do that.
That's
right?
going to
I don't
be
know
a
if that's
popular
controversial or
idea.
not, right? But the
Give us
reality
one
here
more
is you have an infrastructure.
Alternative use.
Alternative use.
Anything other than that.
You can tell, you know why I'm not on your side of the podium, right? So but I want you to understand that has value for you regardless of what vendor is here, right?
Well,
and you've already paid for it, right? It's like putting conduit in place, right? You've already paid for it.
Yes, but you know what? Based on what I'm seeing on numbers, the amount of revenue that I might make is really small. I
Right.
could take and sell the equipment I've got for $400 to $800, not put it in because the return is so small,
Yeah.
not have to worry about the electric bill, not have to do all those things. And guess what? I'd probably end up with more money in my pocket than I would otherwise. So,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, that's why I was thinking an equipment credit would make sense. But that's fine. I understand that's not something y'all do. But I get it.
The truth is we're running something that's already in place, right? And we're sharing that with you, and we're taking on the risk of the cost that goes with that, where if something happens to the equipment, we handle it, right? That's the difference. And
so we're not.
Here's what I would say.
We're
right?
not paying a maintenance contract then.
You're not paying a maintenance contract.
Okay.
You eliminate a maintenance contract. So whatever you were paying us, right? It flips now. We pay you, right?
Okay.
Can I just do some quick math? We got $111,912.94 upfront capital investment. Is that right? Well, let's call that from a cash flow
Yes.
day one. Then we're paying $5,000 a year, roughly.
Yeah, 5,400 for networking.
Okay. Are there any other costs?
No.
So there's the upfront capital outlay.
The
111,
electricity.
5,400.
Yes, that's correct. The electricity would be the only other cost.
Fair. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
we got that number, and that was, I just saw it. I'm just putting this together. It was just.
To the end of Q1
I see.
26, from the beginning, electricity was 5,300.
That's from the
All of them.
from day one,
Yes.
December of 23. Okay. So 111 down, 5,400. We've paid that twice. 10,200
Yes.
total life. So 10,200 plus the 111,912, right? Plus the electricity costs of 5,372 or 327. So if I add the 111,000, I'm just going to call it 112,000 plus the 10,400, is that good math? You would add those together?
Yes.
So that make 121, 223 plus the 5,300. We're like 130,000 in.
Mayor, I was just going to say that those financial things that you're doing the quick math on, they're at the bottom actually on the financial impact.
Where's that? Oh, I see.
Under-
No,
yeah.
that's what I was using.
Okay,
but
okay.
I don't have a total, I don't have, I know I'm pulling, but I'm adding up total costs for the life of the system. So the 111,000 plus those that you just pointed to,
Yeah.
I've got roughly just under $130,000.
Yes, add up
Okay,
the-
just quick math.
Perfect.
So 130,000 on the negative side.
Yes.
And then on the positive, the total cumulative revenue that's come in from these since it began is 12,568.
That's as of the end of Q1 2026. It's a little more now, but that's probably about what it is.
Okay, well, average quarter is looks to be about 1,500, maybe 1,200. So we can just round that up, call it $14,000, right?
That
Just
sounds
for fair.
good.
So if I take for the light, this is since December of 2023.
Yes.
Okay, so December of 24, 25, we're coming up on 26, right? So we've cleaned 3 years and 8 months, because we're coming up roughly. Over 3 years, 8 months, we've made $14,000 roughly, but we got a sunk cost of $130,000, so we're negative $115,000.
Yes.
So if we're making roughly whatever a year it is, 44,000, we're not going to see our money back. Do you see the situation we're in?
I see
It's going to
it.
take. I get the upfront cost and the infrastructure, and that's out. I did solar. I know 5-year payback. This payback doesn't look great, but I understand the strategic side of being able to put stations out. That annual fee is what I didn't know going into this, that we would pay, and I'll take responsibility. The $5,320, the $10,200, that makes it, just from an annual standpoint, we got 15,000 out with electricity costs and your fee, and we're only bringing 12,568 in. So it's got this negative cash flow, plus all that initial up front. And so when we're talking about alternative uses, right, I understand there's scrap value. You could rip the copper out and all that. Sure, I get that. But we need some help, I think. We need to figure out a better way to do this.
Yeah, I'm not proposing you rip anything out. What I'm trying to explain is that what you put in the ground has value for 30 years, right? And if you jettison your business case in the 3rd year,
yeah,
you're always going to be upside down, right? Because there isn't enough utilization yet at the stations to be able to make the vending machine work. It's kind of like putting a gas station in the middle of nowhere, right? Eventually, the traffic will catch up to you, but you have to be patient.
But a lot of that cost was trenching to get it out into those remote locations.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well,
okay, so
it's trenching, it's the panels.
So if we're going to run, if we go teeing off from those, I get that. You got a shorter interconnection run. That makes perfect sense.
Right.
A great casino style place would be the beach. That's where people hang out.
Right.
Slow and low tier, level 2, maybe the Clipper Creeks. We've talked about that.
Right.
But we're going to have to sink massive amount of trenching costs to run electric, assuming the nearest power pole or whatever, right? It's like $100 a foot, I think, or $1,000.
It depends on what power is already there. There may be places where you have power there already.
There's not in most
There's not,
of
okay.
those, especially the convenient beach spots. And so if we take it where we invested, where we have the money, and we tee off, and you're like, what made sense was the C5. Hey, that utilization's higher. We got one there. It'd be a lower cost to tee off, maybe, I'm just saying that, right, to parallel Daisy Chain, a few others, I guess you could.
Yeah,
you could
and
handle it.
there's, yes, let me also say this,
Over
right?
time, you get your money back better or
Well,
at a higher rate.
Yeah, we have, one of the things that our software does, right, is that it actually takes the available power at any given location,
Yep.
and you could put more stations to dispense more because it will share the power amongst those stations, right? Now, you can't produce power. Energy cannot be created out of nothing, right? So whatever energy is there, what happens is more people get to connect. They get a little bit less, but you're still dispensing, right? And so as a result of that, you're able to actually drive your revenue up if you do it the right way. The other thing is that our software allows for parking fees to be applied when the battery is satisfied, right? That's another angle in order to be able to increase revenue. So there are a few levers here, right, that can be thrown to increase revenue, but the real lever comes as more automobiles are available in the marketplace, and at $4 a gallon, it actually is kind of working in the favor of this, right? And so with more automobiles as EVs, even, by the way, even plug-in hybrids, right? Those folks that say, I don't want a pure battery electric,
Yep.
the plug-in hybrids are very efficient because they have about 50 miles on pure electric, right? Before they kick into starting the generator, right, on the car. And that gives you distance, so you don't have to worry about range anxiety. And so those folks typically learn very quickly that by plugging in as often as you can, like topping off your phone,
Yep.
you're able to get great efficiency because you're on pure electric for 50 miles, right? And so anyway, these are all the things, right, that to kind of be aware of is utilization will come up. As utilization comes up, and then you throw a few of these extra levers, that, you know, parking that's, you know, in order to encourage people to move their car, and in the process you get an extra $1 out of it, that sort of thing, all of that adds up, right? Adds up as the owner of the station. So, I mean, one thing I can say to you, right, you have a choice, right? The choice is, we would be more than happy to provide you the service of charging as a service, right?
What was that?
We would be more than happy to provide you the service of charging as a service, which is what Zach has proposed.
Okay.
Right?
Point
Okay?
of order.
Or
Mayor.
you could keep the charging stations, right, as your own, right?
We're gonna need
And
to
wait for utilization to come up, right?
Oscar, afraid we're going to need to extend.
Okay.
Let's do it and then try to wrap this up. And I know it's getting late. That's part of the. I need a charge.
I make a motion to extend to 11:30.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Willis. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shariat.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion to extend passes. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you for your patience, Oscar. Not your fault. We took up some heavy items today, and we've been going since 1 p.m.
I'm here at your service. Please
You're dealing with
worry
a
about
bit
that.
of a
Yeah.
delirious council at this point, I think. And our city staff has been here since hours before we got here, and so my heart's go out to them too. Thank you for working through it.
Sure.
I think those proposals that you were talking about and those models, I see attachment list of proposals. Do we have some specific strategies, like the data you shared about those things and some of the things you're verbally talking through? Is that
Strategies.
something you put together that if you looked at us and maybe some specific recommendations to?
I can say I'm not sure. I would have to talk to Audrey to see
Okay.
what's been on our team who interfaces directly with your team, right, and with Zach specifically, right? But we want to do what you want to do. We want to alleviate your pain the most possible, right? One thing is that folks are some municipalities are saying, whatever it is, we got to cut the cash costs going forward, right? Can't afford it. So they treat the infrastructure as, okay, that's a decision that we made. It's already there. It's not going away. Let's utilize it in the best way we can, and utilize that by doing a revenue share, and that way you're not incurring any costs and you're getting some incremental revenue out of it. But it will take a very long time at that rate because we're taking on all the costs, and so therefore we have to be able to pay for that too, right? And so, but if you keep the vending machine, which is the alternative, the first path you were on, then you will get more of the margin. You get to keep the margin. You still have to pay the electricity, obviously, to the electric company. I think it's FP&L here. You still have to pay that. And then our technology is really the software license, is what it is, right? And so, but as utilization comes up, you should be able to have enough, because I'm seeing 11 megawatts being dispensed, and if you're dispensing 11 megawatts and you set it at market price, right? So meaning the visitors come in and they may not pay 25 cents a kilowatt, maybe they pay 35 cents a kilowatt, which is market price in most places in Central Florida, I would say. If you want to
35 cents?
35 cents, yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sure gas prices go up, the
Yeah.
charging tries to compete.
Yeah.
Well, I think, speaking in megawatts and stuff, we're talking about dollars, and if 35 cents times 11 megawatt hours or kilowatt hours, whatever it is, I think you see our pain, our challenge.
I see it.
We're staring at a big investment. I do understand that we sunk that cost. Maybe there's a hybrid approach where we can test some other models, but how can we recoup this? If there are alternative uses, if there are strategies to get the payback, obviously the annual overhead, we think you have direct control over annually, the $100. And so any new proposals, I know that's all I have to say. We appreciate you. It was unfortunate that they went down, and now we're looking at $8,900 to get them back working again, which add that to, we haven't made, it'd take us 2 more years of charging just to replace them, and it sets us back basically 2 years of charging revenue.
Right. One of the things that I always recommend to folks is property insurance, right, that would pay for this whenever, because this is really, it looks from our perspective, a lightning strike is what it was, right? And we live in Florida, so lightning strikes happen. Property values that will pay for the electronics being damaged on a lightning strike is, I think, an important consideration.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Council, any more questions for Oscar at this time? Discussion item?
Thank you, Oscar.
My pleasure.
I'm
I wish
sorry
I had,
if I gave you
hope
heartburn.
I've answered all your
Thank
questions. I really want to put myself at your disposal. If you have ideas, if you want us to consider things, I will turn every model you want, right? But you're my customer, and I want you to feel as though you've gotten the value by engaging with us.
Any ideas that you can observe for us to do? I know our team here, we love Zach too, and the whole team.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean,
we'll work on it.
You can't find a smarter guy, right, doing this for you. So,
Thank
for
you.
sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Zach, I'm going to come back to you. Anything else?
I was just going to say, staff just advised if you could provide direction. My recommendation given the budget situation would be to defer. We've already sunk the cost, defer off to the CAS model and forego the down stations essentially, and reduce the scope of the program. We know they'll be well used still. There's thousands of units or thousands of charges, plugins literally that have occurred.
Yep.
I see a lot of individuals actually from Blue Origin over here that come over and they charge up. I've met them. So that way it could just be completely moved off our dime while still providing the service.
And maybe we can mess with or test some different rates on them if that doesn't require too much.
Yeah, we can also always go up with the rate. If we moved over to the CAS model, it'd be a fixed 35 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yep.
And right now we're pretty far below that actually. The resident rate is 15 cents. That goes up to 20, and then the non-resident's 20. That goes up to 25 after 4 hours.
Well,
so
that would triple the payback.
It would.
The price.
Couldn't hurt.
Okay.
And the idle fee is more too.
And if we had a flexible contract where if a year from now it wasn't panning out for us, where we would be able to get out of it without paying huge fees, that would make it worth it.
I think if it's mutually beneficial, I'm open to exploring whatever language you believe is there, right? Because, look, again, our goal is to make sure that people have a great infrastructure that works well, right? And because if they do, then they keep coming back, they don't get upset. And it's human behavior, right? If you go to a gas station, just use that model for a moment, go to a gas station, and once or twice the pumps don't work, you may decide not to go back ever again, right? And so our goal is to make sure that it's working in the best way possible, that we're able to repair it quickly and effectively. And then you and I don't have to have a conversation about, hey, how come the quality's not there? We may still have a payback discussion because we still all collectively need to have enough cars out there to be able to stop and charge. But my goal is to make sure that you guys get, the best service you could possibly get from us.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoryak?
I'm just curious, what do our competitors charge per kilowatt hour?
It's usually around that range.
35?
30, 35 cents.
I guess my concern will be because we're kind of nearly doubling the rate. If we're charging 20 and 15, is that gonna drive people away?
I think that if the other reason people leave gas stations, not because they don't work, but if they paid 15 cents yesterday and then tomorrow it's now 30 cents. I don't think all of them go away. I think some of the locals are just gonna.
Yeah, I think they could, but I foresee them not for maybe two reasons. One, we have a condo heavy population that would probably utilize these because they have no other choice, and also because there's only technically one other public charging site in the city, and that's the Tesla superchargers by the Mango Marketplace. The others are on hotel properties that generally, I asked, I was like, do you guys provide public charging? And they're like, no, these are really only meant for customers. So in a sense, we have the market. They wouldn't really be able to go anywhere else, so I think they would come. And 35 cents is still not all that much for a fill-up.
I mean, do we know how much Tesla charges?
I'd have to look. It's definitely more than what we charge because they're giving a higher level of service because it's faster. Those are the ones that pump in so much electrons. You're charging in 20 to 30 minutes. Ours don't do that, so they're paying more.
If I can add something to that, so Tesla has a tendency to vary by site, so the price varies by the site. It's not uniform. Location, also time of day in some cases as well. So 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is very heavily used in some of the metros, and so between 6 and 10 p.m. you pay a little bit more, and they call it a convenience fee, right? So that's the other thing. Again, we don't call it a convenience fee, we call it an access fee that could be charged and still leave the kilowatt hour price lower, right? So there's a few levers that can be thrown here because we've got lots of price flexibility in our system. And I think it's worthwhile kind of investigating those because we want to work with you, right? We don't want to turn anybody off. We want drivers to be happy. We have over 150 daily drivers that use our system, 150,000, excuse me, daily drivers. And those drivers, people that are new to EVs always are learning. They don't understand the difference, and they don't even understand the equivalency between a kilowatt and a gallon of gas, right? Which, sometimes is difficult to tell depending on the automobile that you're in. So everyone's learning, and as they learn, they get used to something, and then, changes are the things that they react to, really.
Thank you, Oscar.
You're welcome.
I think we're committed to work through it. We want to make a good decision on the investment we made, and we appreciate your willingness to work with us. Our director recommends basically hold off for now, and I agree with you. I think if we can explore ways to test on what we do have working, that's probably the most prudent way. I did have a card on this. Mr. Capizzi, you are going to win the Citizen Engagement Award here tonight. This is your third comment. Please come forward.
I'm used to being a part of the process, so I always feel like I have something to say. I agree. I think you guys should push it off as well. You already spent the investment on it, or if you do have him take it, well, for one, cities just should not run businesses. We can't run businesses. We're not good at it. We don't know how to make money. But the thing is, you guys spent the investment. If you did take it over, I wouldn't say, here, we're going to pay another $8,000 to fix that too and give it to you as well. He's talking about expanding more. There you could expand those two that are messed up. So that's your expansion in my opinion. Also, if you guys, and he's talking about beach, expanding maybe beaches, more places, if you do go to charging for parking, you're going to lose money on those spots compared to, if he puts, electric charging stations, because you'll make more money charging for parking than you would charging for, or getting his secondary revenue from that. So, I don't mind giving stuff away, but I don't want to give stuff away, pay to give stuff away, in my opinion. So that's the way I look at that. But I don't want to take up more of your time. Yeah.
Do you have charging stations in Cocoa Beach?
So we do, but I honestly, I think the solar thing, we just aren't quite there yet. I think that the EV charging stations, I think we were sold, the green idea that, you can make all this money on charging, when on a slow charger for a city, you're not going to make the money back, because the kilowatt hours, it takes so long to charge to make that money. It's just not worth it. So in theory, it's nice, but you're only going to make the money on a fast charger, because you can pump that electric in there and make that money quickly. Mm-hmm. Most people, especially the condos, they're going to have slow chargers at their condos because they're living there, they're staying there overnight, and they're plugging them in there. They're not going to go to the city hall and charge their phone and then ride their bike to their condo, and use them long term. Unless they're going to do 5-hour meetings, maybe you guys will make some money. But no, sorry.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
It is a weird time. I think market will determine, and sounds like we got them. We're going to continue to talk through it and work through it. And I know this is all we can do at this point under the circumstances we're in right now. So, Council, is there anything else we want to do on this one?
Mr. Capizzi could sit up here next meeting if he wants.
You can sit up here next meeting if you want.
Honorary seats.
Honorary staff member.
Thank you again, Oscar. Zach, we'll move on.
Sure.
Okay, if that's okay, Council, should say. Okay. All right, folks, we're at 11:24. Public EV charging, we got 3 more. Reindeer Run budgeting, parking revenue, prohibited permanent board at properties. Do we want to move one, or we want to stay in the order?
So, Mayor, if I may, we have a director that's been here all night for the Reindeer Run, and
then stay in order.
She can be heard on that item if that's fine.
Absolutely. Yeah, do what you need. Okay. All right, item 10.3, Reindeer Run budgeting and beneficiary.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So beyond the explanation that was provided in the summary as far as the history of what this race has benefited, the bigger discussion that you need to have is, do you want to put a minimum, and I do mean minimum, of $10,000 that I've already removed from the budget, the one that you guys are considering, to host this race, with the knowledge that there's never a guarantee on how much we're going to generate with it. We did not get an abundance of support. I think with this most recent event, you saw how hard it is to get cash money, not gift cards, cash money when it comes to donations. And cash money is what's needed, because gift cards don't really cut it when it comes to this type of event. So not only do you have to decide whether or not to put this in the budget, but you also need to decide ultimately where it would go, where the funds would go, and how much investment city leadership wants to take in helping to support the event. Because it does not exist the way it once existed, where you have one part-time employee whose job is 95% this race and running around, beating the streets, knocking on doors, and doing all of that fundraising work. So it's a very different world when we look at this race going forward than we ever have in the past 30 years of its existence. So do we want to do it? Where does the funds go? How are we going to support the root mission of making it successful? Those are the three questions we have to answer.
Thank you very much. I'll go first. We all love this race, but my initial reaction is we would only spend the money needed to find another organization to take it over, and we would, I think, potentially want to have some sort of say in or request in where the money goes, the cause. We were just talking like Sea Oats, a cause of some sort. That's my initial thought, and I know the strain that put on the city staff. I remember Mary Jane working tirelessly to pull off the event that she did, but it will take some time and resources to I hope that we can find maybe a large corporate sponsor. Those are just initial thoughts, council. If there's better ideas, and the city, I think, can be involved in permitting, and maybe I think having it here would be great, but that would be where my initial thoughts are. Is we're still willing to host it, but as far as managing it, collecting the funds, getting the sponsors, and all of the work that goes into it, I don't think that this year we should, but we could put the time and energy into find someone to take that template and do it. I just jumped out early with it, so.
Okay. I have a meeting tomorrow morning with the representative from SpaceX. Is that something that you would be okay if I approached her about it and said, just kind of threw it out there and said, what do you think? We would love to do this and splash SpaceX's name on it if you'll sponsor the whole thing.
Well, I think getting into the sponsoring, absolutely, but what I'm saying is this, an organization needs to lead the sponsorship efforts, right? Because that's a lot of the time that went into it, was getting the sponsors, collecting the cash. And so SpaceX, I think, absolutely is.
If they were the sole sponsor.
But who's going to organize all the work that goes into planning the race? Any
Okay,
swag?
so it's not just the money,
Who's gonna
it's
print
the manpower.
The stuff we did that's
Yeah.
in that little.
Yeah.
And my department is smaller now than it was in December.
So I think step one is to find the host, we'll call it. Well, we're the host, the physical
Right.
site, but the
Suggestion, Mayor?
Yeah.
So races like this tend to be successful when an independent body takes it over and runs it, an association of sorts, a nonprofit, and it becomes their event, and they determine, where the proceeds go based on whoever they are. And the city just is involved from a permitting standpoint, public safety standpoint. We make sure the roads are clear. You dot all your i's and cross your t's with our ordinances, but you just take care of the whole thing. So a suggestion would be, instead of making a decision now, I know it is July, if there are some thoughts on the dais or even with staff about an association or group of folks to approach that might be interested, and then see if they would take it on, and then we just assist them transition toward them taking it over. We support them, like I said, and then it just becomes their event moving forward.
Yeah.
we would like it to retain the request and rights to have it here.
Sure.
I
Absolutely.
think unless that comes with, I know that's time and resources, but setting up the stages, the awards, the medals, all that we did, the city staff, and that was an immense amount of work. I think that is it, I agree, to find an organization and an association that'd be willing to lead, and then we can point SpaceX and the sponsors to it.
And what better thing, this would be so good for SpaceX, and that's how I'll pitch it, because this is Cape Canaveral. It's a natural fit.
I think all of the, Blue Origin, SpaceX, we know the corporate sponsors that are in this area and interested, the hotels. I think that the organization that can be the management company of the funds and is the work that we should put in as good stewards to hand it off.
Can I throw one more monkey wrench at you?
Sure.
We're ready.
We're not the only local race that happens that day. They do the 10-miler up on the Space Center that day.
Oh.
So your sponsors might be double booked, given that.
Maybe this is the year we don't do it.
Could they do it on a different day, or is that like a significant? Well, again, we're getting into the planning of.
They've already actually rented the Cape Center for their packet pickup.
Oh.
Interesting.
Because the Radisson was unable to host them this year, so the Cape Center will be enjoying the traffic of approximately 3,000 people over the course of that packet pickup.
Can you get them to run down Ridgewood wearing Santa hats the day they pick up? We'll just change the date.
To turn it into a 10-miler instead of a 10K? Yeah.
Are they remunerating us for that use of that building?
They're paying the rental fee, yes.
They are, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not hosting the race in town here. They host it up on base.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, given the situation, the budgetary concerns that we have, I don't think it would be out of line if we said we're going to be assisting them, but this year we're going to not do it, and maybe we'll resume it next year. Take a year off for legitimate reasons.
Yeah, I think finding another, I think between now and the next meeting, if we can think about an association or an organization that could manage it, and the worst case would be
Right.
we take the year off.
Right.
And
Right.
it could hit us
We-
tomorrow and we go, we got it, and if we had
If
some
that's-
strings attached location, that'd be great.
If that's the case, I think we can put it under maybe managers matters. I don't know if it will require a vote. Just put it under managers matters to revisit it, and if there's somebody, if not, we'll get some guidance at that point.
How does an organization fairly select another organization to take over?
I think that would be, it was a vote for the city's council to fund it. I don't know, I guess that came along with the,
Well, in the beginning, it went to the United Way. I don't know how that was decided. When we partnered with BCSO, it funded PAL. PAL went away to an extent. The city assumed control over it until it couldn't handle it anymore because our partners in Cocoa Beach were unable to provide the police side of the police athletic league. So at that point, how do we go about selecting an organization? Is that a bidding process that we would have to do?
I think that's a good question.
Mayor, we have a point of order again.
We might as well just camp out here all
Yeah,
night.
let's just extend it to 12:30
I've
because we
always
got.
said that. It's like the millage rate. You can go high and finish earlier.
Yeah, let's just extend it to 12:30. We've got 2 more agenda items and
be
then
done in
reports.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I have the hurricane cots in the back.
MREs?
MREs. Life straws.
We lost 10 minutes in motions to extend.
I
think
know,
at least.
yeah.
Roll call is not required. It's a procedural,
Okay.
it's a procedural motion.
That is the best news. All right, so make the motion.
Make the motion we extend to 12:30 a.m.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Shoryak. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, let the record show we extended to 12:30.
All right, before we go any further, do you want me to broach this subject with her tomorrow when I meet with her?
I think it might be a little early.
Samantha?
Is it premature?
Samantha?
No, Kate.
Riley.
Riley.
Riley? Riley is aware of the race.
Yeah.
We just have not approached any type of sponsorship with them, but they are aware of the race, because we weren't quite there yet.
We already are in a conversation with SpaceX about another project.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
we should
Then I
probably,
won't. I won't.
coordinate
Yeah.
efforts.
Well, that's why I asked. I didn't want to step out ahead of my skis, as they say.
Yeah.
All right.
I think between now, managers matters, we can answer that question on how we would do that if needed. If we have the rights to it, I don't know if there's an LLC or an incorporated entity with Reindeer Run. I mean, do we have any ownership rights and have time to look at that?
It's just our event.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I like the idea of managers matters, given an update, and maybe we can find an entity that can take it over. But my thought would be, when we get into the budget this year, I don't think it's something we should fund unless there's just minimal cost to go out and find someone to take it over. But we can vote about that at the budget. And if that gives heartburn for us, Councilmember King said maybe it's better to just do a year off and see where we are. So.
Yeah.
Thank you for being patient, hanging out with us.
Mayor, if I may, just to Councilmember King's point, you're meeting with SpaceX tomorrow. I would not be afraid to ask things like what you proposed, Reindeer Run or not. SpaceX is, I think, really trying to get out into the communities, and they have instructed us, the same person you're meeting with, to just ask. The worst is they'll say is no, but they've been very complimentary of what we have so far asked of them, and we're steadily building that relationship. So I would definitely encourage you to ask.
Well, I don't, given what the city manager has said, I don't want to step.
Actually, I was going to withdraw that because Zach has been working more closely with SpaceX, Blue Origin, than I have.
Okay.
I just said that because I know of another project.
Right.
But he's more in line with
Attuned to it.
So if he suggests that, then feel free.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
I'll broach it with
we
them.
have in writing, basically to the tune of, if you have ideas, please let us know.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The worst is they say is no.
Okay.
It's okay.
That position was created to strengthen the relationship in the Space
Yes.
Coast. They did it out in Texas, and then once the vibrations
Yeah,
started going,
yeah.
pun intended, they advertised that position, and I haven't met Riley yet, but I look forward to it.
I think you'll enjoy your talk with her.
Also, would we be willing to change the date of our run so as not to coincide with the Space Center run?
We could. We've already locked in our date for this year. We could try to change it. That's something that is done almost a year in advance. We already have people registered for this race.
Okay. Well, how many? I mean, hundreds?
No.
A dozen?
No.
Okay. I mean, if that's the only sticking point, can we get around it?
Absolutely. It's our race. We can do whatever we want with it.
There you go. That's what I was hoping to hear that. Okay, good.
But just know that when you have to lock in a date with those timing companies.
Yeah.
Because without them, you don't have a race.
Yeah.
And there's only so many weekends and so many Saturdays where you can do something like that in the state of Florida. I do typically between 8 and 10 trail races a year. I only do them between the end of May, and I won't go do my first one until October. It's just too hot. So.
Okay, all right. Well, we can play with that. If they're agreeable to taking it over, maybe they'll set the date. Yeah. All right.
I think it's great.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
Thank you, Molly. Hopefully we clarified a few things, but we'll get through it. All right. If we're ready to move on, item 10.3 done. We're now on item 10.4, parking revenue. We get city manager or?
Well, I'll defer to Councilmember Shoryak.
Yes,
Okay.
floor is yours.
Actually got the idea from the city manager, and I don't know, you got it from somebody, but to use the, what we call now the $1 million parking lot and generate some revenue by renting it out to cruise ship passengers. I guess I'd like to find out how we can do it. Can we just do a test of this Parked app or whatever apps are out there? Let's just do something to try and make some money off of that piece of land until we can do something else with it. So I know you've told me that I guess Zach is working on something.
Zach's back. All right. So yes, we had a staff member look into this. The Park app seemed to be a peer-to-peer app specifically for a private property individual to rent out their driveway. But so that one didn't seem super applicable to what you were talking about, Councilmember. But there are obviously many other parking companies, paid parking companies that could be investigated. And we went through 2 or 3 and kind of came to the conclusion based on what they were saying is that because a lot of these systems are now virtual, there really isn't any physical infrastructure, it's all software based, really anything could technically be done. You could set it up in a way where it is for long-term parking for 3-day cruises, 7-day cruises. I think there'd have to be some level of infrastructure, that being said, put in place to make sure it is identified as a specific cruise long-term parking facility, if that's what the council wished. But to that, I would also say if the council is so interested in continuing the beach and paid parking discussion, for the sake of efficiency and just having the right context, it would probably be prudent that the system be the same if that is something that you wanted to do. Just to make it easy to talk to, could be conflicting to have multiple companies with multiple lots. But I do think it's possible. It's just we'd have to do the legwork, and understanding also that the lot would be closed off to residents that use the Nancy Hansen or the dog park, and we'd have to navigate that. And then also for how it works with Friday Fest, because I know that's now become a pretty integral area for staging Friday Fest, which it's actually been very helpful. I don't think we kind of determined that it would be that helpful, but it ended up being. But I think with enough research and investigation and time, anything's possible. But we just didn't want to overlap. If council had a direction on the beach end paid parking, they should probably be the same entity. And that could be configured probably pretty easy on their end software-wise. So it's just up to you guys with what you'd like to do. So does that make sense?
Yeah, and one other consideration is we have a CIP looking at the Nancy Hansen and how to expand the grounds over there for our use. We have been in discussion about, we have some shuffleboard courts, possibly converting those into pickleball. We have the handball courts over there, and just expanding, potentially, we want to bring this back to council at some point, potentially expanding the footprint over there to where we can increase the number of vendors that come to Friday Fest and just make more proactive use of that space that's really just green space now and not being totally utilized. So if that is a concept that this council wants to pursue, it should take that into consideration with this conversation.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, well, I was talking with a friend recently, and she was talking about going to Europe at Christmas time because she wants to visit all these countries that have these Christmas villages. And maybe we don't do a reindeer run, but maybe we do a kind of pseudo Friday Fest, only call it Christmas Fest, and use those areas and have vendors set up whatever and make it a Christmas theme. Just a thought.
We do that with the December Friday Fest. It's called Holiday in the City.
Well, let's expand it. Let's expand it and utilize, the areas that we're talking about, the shuffleboard court, et cetera, et cetera.
I do like the idea of
Expanding.
going in the grass, yeah.
So I think the concepts that we're weighing out here are, we have a parking lot, and can we generate revenue through just that parking lot? Or can we generate revenue from the area that parking lot supports In which case, do you want to charge in that parking lot, or do you want to focus on generating revenue through those events?
Or using the parking lot for vendors. To
Or
set
vendors, there's
up their tents, their
food
booths.
trucks.
And yes, yes.
Yeah, something we talked about instead of, I mean, parking revenue, one, I like the idea of testing. I think if it's low friction, it would be a test.
Because I went on their website, parked, and just put in that I had, I think, 25 spaces I put in, and it told me you could make $7,000 a month, some kind of right around that area. So, just for this, maybe the city attorney can tell me, can we just test that out for a week? I don't think it's a permanent commitment. Just to see if there's a market out there, see if we could try and make a little bit of money off of that $1.2 million investment.
Agency, basically. You
Yeah,
list your lot.
Yeah, and I told him I had 25 spots, and it said, okay, you potentially could make X, I think it was like $7,000 a month in revenue. So, I mean, that's
When you're not using it as a Christmas place.
right. And we can not. It doesn't have to be a permanent thing. If we decide during December we don't want to rent it out for cruise parking, we don't rent it out for cruise parking. But the rest of the year,
Why don't
we
we
do
look into it?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Howard, that's all we can do. I'm interested.
I am too. There are people that are doing this with their driveway.
And we've got a big driveway
what Zach
sitting right
was
there.
saying.
Yeah. It could literally end up making us more money than a Friday
I think
Fest booth.
If we could move on that and test it quickly, it would not be anything with the beach and paid parking. I think you could probably turn it off just as fast as you could turn it on type deal.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if I was renting out a spot in my driveway and it's Christmas week, I'm going to have company, I don't think you're obligated to rent it out all the time. I think it's when you want to do it, just like Airbnbs and stuff like that. Yeah.
open and available. So with that, my thought, and I shared this with the city manager, expanding on, we do a great job with Friday Fest, the themes, Christmas, all that through the year. And I think expanding it under there, but thinking about, and this is things that I, in fairness to our director of talk, is that parking, it is an important staging area, but what you said, Councilmember King, about not just parking, but getting back to, think of that as a available space for outdoor events and food trucks. We could test that potentially. Now this stuff takes work. Somebody's got to get the word out and do it very different than the parking. But if we had a food truck day once a month, we have that. We got Friday Fest once a month. Maybe we go to two. Theoretically, you could say a food truck could rent there. You could list it, if you want to come set up every day of the week, you're basically buying 4 spots, right? And if Dat Be Good Barbecue or any of the other ones wanted to come.
That requires inspections before they serve it every single time they set up by the fire department, which incurs a charge.
Well, maybe we can work on our code. I know we made it a little bit more friendly, but those are the things that I'd be interested in. Farmers markets, you basically, you're booking that site for different types of events.
And it's so visible. It's right out there on A1A.
This will take time. This isn't overnight, but the parking's fast.
Yeah, the parking thing, we could start that tomorrow and just see if there's demand for it and just try it out. But if we don't try anything, we'll never know.
That's true.
So, I mean, there's a pile of money sitting there potentially that we could have and help us out with our budget. And it wouldn't be, I don't think anybody would have an issue with it in our city like they do. I think there's an issue with people are parking there for Nancy Hansen. Well, the parking lot on the other side of the tennis courts is always empty because they don't want to walk the 100 feet from that parking lot. And they're going to exercise and play pickleball anyway, so maybe that's a good warm-up to walk the 100 feet from where you're supposed to park and free up the other parking lot so we can make some money off of it.
Starting in the end of September, the parking lot on the east side that you mentioned will be used for the staging for the Fillmore project.
I was just about to say that. We just have to consider. We just have to consider
There will
that.
be no actual handicap accessible parking for the Nancy Hansen property at that time for that duration.
So this is a good.
But I think we've got plenty of parking. The library, the other spot next to where we actually have Friday Fest.
So are we going to charge them for the amount of spaces that they're taking up for their staging?
Set the park tab up for that parking lot.
I think the idea is well received, and I think we can try what we can try and do what we can do, and
And
When
we
is
don't
the
have to
date of
rent the whole place out. We can say, hey, we were going to do 10 spaces or something.
yeah.
Just
Well,
a little bit incremental revenue.
This is budget related. We're going to be coming back here. Maybe we haven't updated our next budget hearing, and we can talk, or we can choose to talk about it openly in that. So,
Very good. So we're tabling it until future budget discussions.
yeah, I think Councilmember Shoriak wanted to get some feedback. I think we can't do it if we got staging, but maybe we can look in a little further than what.
How many spots are there in that lot, the Nancy Hansen lot? Do you, off the top of your head, do you know? The east one that's going to be used for construction. I mean, I don't think there's as many there.
Yeah, it's probably 14, 15. Off the
So
top
we've
of my
got
head.
35 in that lot, so we use 14, there's 21 we can rent out.
Why don't we lease you the rights to the?
I'd be happy to do it. I'll pay you a commission. Yeah.
Well, you told us you can make $7,000.
Yeah.
So the city, our city attorney drafted. We have to put it out to bid. You buy it for $5,000, and then you'll make your $2,000 when
Yeah.
you rent it. I think that hat might have been optimistic.
Yeah.
I think it's. A good
I don't
idea.
know.
Is that 5,000 a spot? Sign me up for several of them.
Okay. Well, thank y'all. Councilmember Shoriak.
My next one, okay.
Okay, we're moving on to now 10.5.
Yes.
Prohibit permanent boarded up properties. This is the one we've been waiting on. The last one.
Yeah, and this is really regarding the parcel on Jackson Avenue, the corner dormitory, whatever that place is.
Yep.
It's been boarded up for 4 years so far. There's a pile of rubble in the parking lot, and the city's really not doing anything about it. We actually aren't doing anything about it. They've painted the boards, and that's now it's acceptable. And to me, that's not acceptable at all. And
Blight.
anybody sitting on this dais shouldn't be acceptable to them either. The city needs to do something about that building. It's been 4 years, and that's one of the reasons I'm sitting up here, is because of what the city tried to do to the person that complained about it. Retaliate against the person complaining rather than fix the problem. And it's real easy to say, okay, they painted it, it looks great now. It doesn't look great. It makes our city look like crap. That we have that. And apparently there's a building inspector, I'm not sure who says that's fine as long as they're painted. And I don't think that's fine. I wanted to see, how does the rest of the council feel about that?
I think if there's a violation of the code, we need to enforce the code. And
if there's no code to be in violation of, we ought to make a code that says you
is that
can't.
what we have? It appears that, I didn't mean to cut you
We
off.
don't have anything specifically saying you can't leave your property boarded up permanently, but I think that's the definition of blight right there. Boarded up, unused, decrepit. They pulled a demolition permit, I know, in 2021. So I saw something in the BSA with that. So I don't think they have any intention of fixing it up.
Why don't we direct city staff to look into this and to see, make sure there's no code violations and.
And there's a lot of people in the city who feel the same way. I was gonna have Peg get her crowd out here. I would have had hundreds of voters out here complaining about that. And I can do that. I can have those people show up to one of the meetings and let the council know that that is not acceptable to the residents of Cape Canaveral.
I don't think that's necessary. I think
I
we
got
all
that, but
want to
there's
enforce the code, and if there is a code boarded up, if there's a path, maybe we can change the code to give our building team more teeth.
Right.
I think we're open to that.
Right.
Okay, so what do we need to do then to make that happen?
I think direct city staff to ensure that property is code compliant, and if not, the specific concerns of the boarded up windows, is there a path we can do to pass a code that would make that enforceable?
Oh, I'm sure Tallahassee has passed some legislation that makes that happen.
It take 2 months to get it passed, and then we can enforce.
That's all right. We'll do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
We've done nothing for more than 4 years.
It really was the beginning of that.
Yeah, that was the first council meeting I attended was August 2022, when that issue was raised about the parking requirements, and they're, trying to shut our business down because of that. And that, it's just ridiculous. And 4 years later,
there are
nothing.
circumstances and hardships where people, boarded up their windows and whatnot, but we're talking.
The permanent. This is permanent.
We have to, I think, define that word permanent. City Attorney, you hear us?
Well, there should be a time length.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry.
No, I mean, these are all valid comments. It's a legitimate issue. The city codes do not currently provide a duration limitation on the boarding of windows and doors. Currently. And I think the code enforcement officer stated that in that email that's in the package. The dilemma that we have right now is for the city to establish a duration time limit would likely run afoul of Senate Bill 180, which prohibits cities and counties from proposing or adopting more restrictive or stringent land development regulations. Because today there currently is not a time duration. If the city were to impose a time duration,
But is this really a development? It's enforcing, I guess maybe an appearance standard, or because I got, when I first bought my house here, 2019, I got a code enforcement violation, threatened with fines. I was missing one picket off of my fence. I didn't even know the thing was missing, and I got written up for it. And boarded up buildings, no problem.
now
It just seems, I don't know.
we're talking about the possibility of going forward and adopting a new code. I think it would likely fall under a land development regulation to impose the duration. I think in other states, there's some case law authority that would support putting a time duration, but for the fact that we got Senate Bill 180 that the Florida legislature has adopted, prohibiting the city from proposing or adopting, not just adopting, but proposing any new land development regulations that's more restrictive or burdensome.
Wasn't
Now, if somebody has a boarded up property and the board's a nuisances, right, dilapidated, may violate existing international maintenance codes that the city's already adopted because they're not being maintained in a non-blighted way, then there may be code enforcement opportunities there. But I think the time duration may cause a potential problem at this time until October 1st, 2027.
Don't we have something in our ordinances prohibiting blighted buildings? That's incredible that we
vermin,
don't.
health issues,
City has
vermin.
property maintenance. My point is, if it's not being maintained,
I would say if my house was boarded up, I'm not maintaining it. That's the definition of not maintaining your property. Pile of rubble in your parking lot and boarded up windows.
Well, you see a lot of boarded up windows during hurricane season.
Well,
I think it's a time issue.
And isn't there a limit to the time that you can keep those boards up after a hurricane? They have to come down.
Well, I think our city attorney is saying, I think if we can direct you to look into it in between now and then. We hear you all in October, but if there's a path that we could take, exercising an interpretation of our own code or passing a new one, I would support that
Yeah.
on a case-by-case basis.
Find one rat over there, and that's a health issue.
That's what I've heard from Peg and Ellie Mays. There's rats and all kinds of stuff going on in that building. And I haven't personally seen it. And we have the beautiful firehouse right across the street we paid millions of dollars for. And we got junk right across the street.
Again, the city has plenty of codes regarding property maintenance, right? Addresses, vermins and all that, dilapidation. Those codes clearly exist. But, and the code also has a issue when you have windows or doors that aren't functioning. It does permit in hurricanes to damage the boarding of windows and doors. There's some existing language in the city codes But on the other flip side of that is once they're up, there's no specific time limit.
Oh, well.
That would be the clearest way to address the issue. It's a valid municipal issue, right? For the same reason that Councilman Shoryak is mentioning is, you know, it's you know, in the eyes of many people, blight, and it's kind of like the broken window syndrome, right? Once you allow it to be maintained, it feeds on itself and spreads, right? I mean, legitimate issues, no doubt. I mean, we could have an ordinance prepared very quickly on that. I just think the moment that you attempt to enforce it, somebody could raise that Senate Bill 180 issue, which is, I think, is going to be a legitimate issue at this time that we would have to deal with. But I certainly can go back, talk to Gerald, city manager, and do a little bit more digging to see if there's any other angles.
That would be good.
Short of the adopting time durations.
And if
happy
it's
to
the
do
risk
that.
of them suing, maybe we take that risk.
We test it.
There's
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to see that cleaned up. I just, and I, it
It
just doesn't
has
seem
been
like
a
we're-
long time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
it's a great issue,
Yeah.
and legitimate issue. Got some unfortunate problems with Senate Bill 180.
Thank you, Councilmember
thank you.
Shoryak. I think you got the support of the council and the concern of the city attorney, and we're not giving up on it, but we'll trust that you'll keep this in front of us? Okay. Well, it's well received. Thank you. All right. We technically have reports, but I technically don't feel like going any further. But I speak for myself. Do we want to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.